Chapter 1 of Historical Mysteries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Historical Mysteries by Andrew Lang. The Case of Elizabeth Canning. Don't let your poor little Lizzie be blamed. Thackeray. Everyone has heard of the case of Elizabeth Canning, writes Mr. John Paget. Until recently I agreed with him. But 5 or 6 years ago the case of Elizabeth Canning repeated itself in a marvelous way, and then but few persons of my acquaintance had ever heard of that mysterious girl. The recent case, so strange a parallel to that of 1753, was this. In Cheshire lived a young woman whose business in life was that of a daily governess. One Sunday her family went to church in the morning, but she set off to skate by herself on a lonely pond. She was never seen of or heard of again till, in the dusk of the following Thursday, her hat was found outside of the door of her father's farmyard. Her friend discovered her further off in a most miserable condition, weak, emaciated, and with her skull fractured. Her explanation was that a man had seized her on the ice, or as she had left it, had dragged her across the fields and had shut her up in a house, from which she escaped, crawled to her father's home, and when she found herself unable to go further, tossed her hat towards the farm door. Neither such a man as she described, nor the house in which she had been imprisoned, were ever found. The girl's character was excellent. Nothing pointed to her condition being the result d'une orgie échevelée. But the neighbors, of course, made insinuations, and a lady of my acquaintance, who visited the girl's mother, found herself almost alone in placing a charitable construction on the adventure. My theory was that the girl had fractured her skull by a fall on the ice, had crawled to and lain in an unvisited outhouse of the farm, and on that Thursday night was wandering out in a distraught state, not wandering in. Her story would be the result of her cerebral condition, concussion of the brain. It was while people were discussing this affair, a second edition of Elizabeth Canning's, that one found out how forgotten was Elizabeth. On January 1st, 1753, Elizabeth was in her 18th year. She was the daughter of a carpenter in Aldermanbury. Her mother, who had 4 younger children, was a widow, very poor and of the best character. Elizabeth was short of stature, ruddy of complexion, and owing to an accident in childhood, the falling of a garret ceiling on her head, was subject to fits of unconsciousness on any alarm. On learning this, the mind flies to hysteria, with its accompaniment of diabolical falseness, for an explanation of her adventure. But hysteria does not serve the turn. The girl had been 4 years in service with a Mr. Wintlebury, a publican. He gave her the highest character for honesty and reserve. She did not attend to the customers at the bar, she kept to herself, she had no young man, and she only left Wintlebury's for a better place, at a Mr. Lyon's, a near neighbor of her mother. Lyon, a carpenter, corroborated, as did all the neighbors, on the points of modesty and honesty. On New Year's Day, 1753, Elizabeth wore her holiday best, a purple masquerade stuff gown, a white handkerchief and apron, a black quilted petticoat, a green undercoat, black shoes, blue stockings, a white shaving hat with green ribbons, and a very ruddy color. She had her wages or Christmas box in her pocket, a golden half-guinea in a little box, with 3 shillings and a few coppers, including a farthing. The pence she gave to 3 of her little brothers and sisters. One boy, however, had huffed her, and got no penny. But she relented, and, when she went out, bought for him a mince pie. Her visit of New Year's Day was to her maternal aunt, Mrs. Colley, living at Saltpeter Bank, Dock Street, behind the London Dock. She meant to return in time to buy, with her mother, a cloak. But the Colleys had a cold early dinner, and kept her till about 9 p.m. for a hot supper. Already, at 9 p.m., Mr. Lyon had sent to Mrs. Canning's to make inquiries. The girl was not wont to stay out so late on a holiday. About 9 p.m., in fact, the 2 Colleys were escorting Elizabeth as far as Houndsditch. The rest is mystery. On Elizabeth's non-arrival, Mrs. Canning sent her lad, a little after 10, to the Colleys, who were in bed. The night was passed in anxious search, to no avail. By 6 in the morning inquiries were vainly renewed. Weeks went by. Mrs. Canning, aided by the neighbors, advertised in the papers, mentioning a report of shrieks heard from a coach in Bishopsgate Street in the small morning hours of January 2nd. The mother, a churchwoman, had prayers put up at several churches and at Mr. Wesley's chapel. She also consulted a cheap wise man, whose aspect alarmed her, but whose wisdom took the form of advising her to go on advertising. It was later rumored that he said the girl was in the hands of an old black woman and would return, but Mrs. Canning admitted nothing of all this. Skeptics, with their usual acuteness, maintained that the disappearance was meant to stimulate charity, and that the girl knew where the daughter was, or on the other hand, the daughter had fled to give birth to a child in secret, or for another reason incident to the young and gay, as one of the counsel employed euphemistically put the case. The medical evidence did not confirm these suggestions. Details are needless, but these theories were certainly improbable. The character of La Pucelle was not more stainless than Elizabeth's. About 10:15 p.m. on January 29th, on the eve of the martyrdom of King Charles, as the poor women dated it, Mrs. Canning was on her knees praying, so said her apprentice, that she might behold, even if it were but an apparition of her daughter. Such was her daily prayer. It was as in Wordsworth's Affliction of Margaret. I look for ghosts, but none will force their way to me. 'Tis falsely said that ever there was intercourse between the living and the dead. At that moment there was a sound at the door. The prentice opened it, and was aghast. The mother's prayer seemed to be answered, for there, bleeding, bowed double, livid, ragged, with a cloth about her head and clad in a dirty dressing jacket and a filthy, draggled petticoat, was Elizabeth Canning. She had neglected her little brother that huffed her on New Year's Day, but she had been thinking of him, and now she gave her mother for him all that she had, the farthing. You see that I am on Elizabeth's side. That farthing touch, and another with the piety, honesty, loyalty, and even the superstition of her people, have made me her partisan, as was Mr. Henry Fielding, the well-known magistrate. Some friends were sent for, Mrs. Myers, Miss Polly Lyon, daughter of her master, and others, while busybodies flocked in, among them one Robert Scarrett, a toiler who had no personal knowledge of Elizabeth. A little wine was mulled. The girl could not swallow it, emaciated as she was. Her condition need not be described in detail, but she was very near her death, as the medical evidence and that of a midwife, who consoled Mrs. Canning on one point, proves beyond possibility of cavil. The girl told her story, but what did she tell? Mr. Austin Dobson, in the Dictionary of National Biography, says that her tale gradually took shape under the questions of sympathizing neighbors. And certainly on some points she gave affirmative answers to leading questions asked by Robert Scarrett. The difficulty is that the neighbors' accounts of what Elizabeth said in her woeful condition were given when the girl was tried for perjury in April-May 1754. We must therefore make allowance for friendly bias and mythopoeic memory. On January 31st, 1753, Elizabeth made her statement before Alderman Chitty, and the chief count against her is that what she told Chitty did not tally with what the neighbors, in May 1754, swore that she told them when she came home on January 29th, 1753. This point is overlooked by Mr. Paget in his essay on the subject. On the other hand, by 1754, the town was divided into two factions, believers and disbelievers in Elizabeth, and Chitty was then a disbeliever. Chitty took but a few notes on January 31st, 1753. I did not make it so distinct as I could wish, not thinking it could be the subject of so much inquiry, he admitted in 1754. Moreover, the notes which he then produced were not the notes which he made at the time, but what I took since from that paper I took then, January 31st, 1753, of hers and other persons that were brought before me. This is not intelligible, and it is not satisfactory. If Elizabeth handed in a paper, Chitty should have produced it in 1754. If he took notes of the evidence, why did he not produce the original notes? These notes, made when and from what source is vague, bear that Elizabeth's tale was this. At a dead wall by Bedlam in Moorfields, about 10 p.m. on January 1st, 1753, two men stripped her of gown, apron, and hat, robbed her of 13 shillings and 6 pence, struck her, stunned her, and pushed her along Bishopsgate Street. She lost consciousness, one of her fits, and recovered herself near Enfield Wash. Here she was taken to a house, later said to be Mother Wells's, where several persons were. Chitty, unluckily, does not say what sort of persons, and on that point all turns. She was asked to do as they did, A woman forced her upstairs into a room and cut the lace of her stays, told her there were bread and water in the room, and that her throat would be cut if she came out. The door was locked on her. There was no lock, the door was merely bolted. She lived on fragments of a quartern loaf and water in a pitcher with the mince pie bought for her naughty little brother. She escaped about 4 in the afternoon of January 29th. In the room were an old stool or two, an old picture over the chimney, 2 windows, an old table, and so on. She forced a pane in a window and got out on a small shed of boards or penthouse, and so slid to the ground. She did not say, the alderman added, that there was any hay in the room. Of bread there were 4 or 5 or 6 pieces. She never mentioned the name of Wells. Someone else did that at a venture. She said she could tell nothing of the woman's name. The alderman issued a warrant against this Mrs. Wells, apparently on newspaper suggestion. The chief points against Elizabeth were that when Wells's place was examined, there was no penthouse to aid in escape and no old picture. But under a wretched kind of bed, supporting the thing, was a picture on wood of a crown. Madam Wells had at one time used this loyal emblem as a sign, she keeping a very ill-famed house of call. But in December 1745, when certain Highland and Lowland gentlemen were accompanying Bonnie Prince Charlie towards the metropolis, Mrs. Wells removed into a room the picture of the crown, as being apt to cause political emotions. This sign may have been the old picture. As to hay, there was hay in the room later searched, but penthouse there was none. That is the worst point in the alderman's notes, of whatever value these enigmatic documents may be held. One Nash, butler to the Goldsmiths' Company, was present at the examination before Chitty on January 31st, 1753. He averred in May 1754 what Chitty did not, that Elizabeth spoke of the place of her imprisonment as a little square darkish room, with a few old pictures. Here the one old picture of the notes is better evidence, if the notes are evidence, than Nash's memory. But I find that he was harping on a few old pictures as early as March 1753. Elizabeth said she hurt her ear in getting out of the window, and in fact it was freshly cut and bleeding when she arrived at home. All of this Nash is so far the better evidence, as the next day, February 1st, 1753, when a most tumultuous popular investigation of the supposed house of captivity was made, he says that he and others, finding the dungeon not to be square, small, and darkish, but a long, narrow slit of a loft, half full of hay, expressed disbelief. Yet it was proved that he went on suggesting to Lyon, Elizabeth's master, that people should give money to Elizabeth, and wished him success. The proof was a letter of his dated February 10th, 1753. Also, Nash and 2 like-minded friends, hearing Elizabeth perjure herself, as they thought, at the trial of Mrs. Wells, whom Elizabeth never mentioned to Chitty, did not give evidence against her, on the most absurdly flimsy excuses. One man was so horrified that, in place of denouncing the perjury, he fled incontinent. Another went to a dinner, and Nash to Goldsmiths' Hall to his duties as butler. Such was then the vigour of their scepticism. On the other hand, at the trial in 1754, the neighbours reported Elizabeth's tale as told on the night when she came home, more dead than alive. Mrs. Myers had known Elizabeth for 11 years, a very sober, honest girl as any in England. Mrs. Myers found her livid, her fingers stood crooked. Mrs. Canning, Mrs. Woodward, and Polly Lyon were then present, and Mrs. Myers knelt beside Elizabeth to hear her story. It was, as Chitty gave it, till the point where she was carried into a house. The several persons there, she said, were an elderly woman and 2 young ones. Her stays were cut by the old woman. She was then thrust upstairs into a room, wherein was hay, a pitcher of water, and bread in pieces. Bread may have been brought in, water too, while she slept, a point never mentioned in the trials. She heard the name of Mother Wills, or Wells, mentioned. Now Scarrett, in 1754, said that he, being present on January 29th, 1753, and hearing of the house, offered to bet a guinea to a farthing that it was Mother Wells's. But Mrs. Myers believed that Elizabeth had mentioned hearing that name earlier, and Mrs. Myers must have heard Scarrett, if he suggested it, before Elizabeth named it. The point is uncertain. Mrs. Woodward was in Mrs. Canning's room a quarter of an hour after Elizabeth's arrival. The girl said she was almost starved to death in a house on the Hertfordshire road, which she knew by seeing the Hertford coach, with which she was familiar, go by. The woman who cut her stays was a tall, black, swarthy woman. Scarrett said that was not Mrs. Wells, which was fair on Scarrett's part. Elizabeth described the two young women as being one fair, the other dark, so Scarrett swore. Wintlebury, her old master, and several others corroborated. If these accounts by Mrs. Myers, Mrs. Woodward, Scarrett, Wintlebury, and others are trustworthy, then Elizabeth Canning's narrative is true, for she found the two girls, the tall, swarthy woman, the hay, and the broken water pitcher, and almost everything else that she had mentioned on January 29th at Mother Wells's house when it was visited on February 1st. But we must remember that most accounts of what Elizabeth said on January 29th and on January 31st are 15 months after date and are biased on both sides. To Mother Wells's the girl was taken on February 1st, in what a company! The coach or cab was crammed full, some friends walked, several curious citizens rode, and when Elizabeth arrived at the house, Nash, the butler, and other busybodies had made a descent on it. The officer with the warrant was already there. Lyon, Aldridge, and Haig were with Nash in a cab, and were met by others riding hard, who had seized the people found at Mrs. Wells's. There was a rabble of persons on foot and on horse about the door. On entering the doorway, the parlor was to your left, the house staircase in front of you. On your right, the kitchen. At the further end thereof was a door, and when that was opened, a flight of stairs led to a long slit of a loft, which Nash later declared did not answer to Elizabeth's description, especially as there was hay, and, before Chitty, Elizabeth had mentioned none. There was a filthy kind of bed, on which now slept a laborer and his wife, Fortune and Judith Natus. Nash kept talking about the hay, and one Adamson rode to meet Elizabeth, and came back saying that she said there was hay. By Adamson's account, he only asked her, what kind of place was it? And she said a wild kind of place with hay in it, as in the neighbor's version of her first narrative. Mrs. Myers, who was in the coach, corroborated Adamson. The point of the skeptics was that till Adamson rode back to her on her way to Wells's house she had never mentioned hay. They argued that Adamson had asked her was there hay in the room, and that she, taking the hint, had said yes. By May 1754, Adamson and Mrs. Myers, who was in the cab with Elizabeth, would believe that Adamson had asked, what kind of place is it? And that Elizabeth then spoke, without suggestion, of the hay. The point would be crucial, but nobody in 1754 appears to have remembered that on February 21st, 3 weeks after the event at the trial of Mother Wells, Adamson had given exactly the same evidence as in May 1754. I returned to meet her and asked her about the room. She described the room with some hay in it, an odd sort of an empty room. Arriving at Mother Wells's, Elizabeth, very faint, was borne in and set on a dresser in the kitchen. Why did she not at once say, my room was up the stairs, beyond the door at the further end of the room? I know not, unless she was dazed, as well she might be. Next she, with a mob of the curious, was carried into the parlor, where were all the inmates of the house. She paid no attention to Mrs. Wells, but at once picked out a tall old woman huddled over the fire, smoking a pipe. She did this, by the skeptical Nash's evidence, instantly and without hesitation. The old woman rose. She was tall and swarthy, a gipsy, and according to all witnesses, inconceivably hideous. Her underlip was the size of a small child's arm, and she was marked with some disease. Pray look at this face, she said. I think God never made such another. She was named Mary Squires. She added that on January 1st she was in Dorset. At Abbotsbury, said her son George, who was present. In 1754, 36 people testified to Mary Squires' presence in Dorset, or to meeting her on her way to London, while 27, at Enfield alone, swore as positively that they had seen her and her daughter at or near Mrs. Wells's, and had conversed with her between December 18th, 1752, and the middle of January. Some of the Enfield witnesses were of a more prosperous and educated class than the witnesses for the gipsy. Many on both sides had been eager to swear. Indeed, many had made affidavits as early as March 1753. This business of the cross-swearing is absolutely inexplicable. On both sides the same entire certainty was exhibited as a rule, yet the woman was unmistakable, as she justly remarked. The gipsy, at all events, had her alibi ready at once. Her denial was as prompt and unhesitating as Elizabeth's accusation. But if guilty, she had enjoyed plenty of time since the girl's escape to think out her line of defense. If guilty, it was wiser to allege an alibi than to decamp when Elizabeth made off, for she could not hope to escape pursuit. George Squires, her son, was so prompt with his "at Abbotsbury on January 1st," could not tell in May 1754 where he had passed the Christmas day before that New Year's Day, and Christmas is a notable day. Elizabeth also recognized in Lucy Squires, the gypsy's daughter, and in Virtue Hall, the two girls, dark and fair, who were present when her stays were cut. After the recognition, Elizabeth was carried through the house, and according to Nash, in the loft up the stairs from the kitchen, she said, in answer to his question, "This is the room, for here is the hay I lay upon, but I think there is more of it." She also identified the pitcher with the broken mouth, which she certainly mentioned to Chitty, as that which held her allowance of water. A chest or nest of drawers she declared that she did not remember. An attempt was made to suggest that one of her party brought the pitcher in with him to confirm her account. This attempt failed, but that she had mentioned the pitcher was admitted. Mrs. Myers in May 1754 quoted Elizabeth's words as to there being more hay exactly in the terms of Nash. Mrs. Myers was present in the loft, and added that Elizabeth took her foot and put the hay away, and showed the gentleman 2 holes, and said they were in the room when she was in it before. On February 7th, Elizabeth swore to her narrative, formally made out by her solicitor, before the author of Tom Jones and Mr. Fielding, by threats of prosecution if she kept on shuffling, induced Virtue Hall to corroborate after she had vexed his kind heart by endless prevarications. But as Virtue Hall was later got at by the other side and recanted, we leave her evidence on one side. On February 21st through 26th, Mary Squires was tried at the Old Bailey and condemned to death, Virtue Hall corroborating Elizabeth. Mrs. Wells was branded on the hand. 3 Dorset witnesses to the gypsy's alibi were not credited, and Fortune and Judith Natus did not appear in court, though subpoenaed. In 1754 they accounted for this by their fear of the mob. The 3 skeptics, Nash, Haig, and Aldridge, held their peace. The Lord Mayor, Sir Crispin Gascoigne, who was on the bench at the trial of Squires and Wells, was dissatisfied. He secured many affidavits which seemed unimpeachable for the gypsy's alibi, and so did the other side for her presence at Enfield. He also got at Virtue Hall, or rather a sceptical Dr. Hill got at her and handed her over to Gascoigne. She, as we saw, recanted. George Squires, the gypsy's son, with an attorney, worked up the evidence for the gypsy's alibi. She received a free pardon, and on April 29th, 1754, there began the trial of Elizabeth Canning for wilful and corrupt perjury. Mr. Davy, opening for the Crown, charitably suggested that Elizabeth had absconded to preserve her character, and had told a romantic story to raise money, and having by this time subdued all remains of virtue, she preferred the offer of money, though she must wade through innocent blood, that of the gypsy, to attain it. These hypotheses are absurd. Her character certainly needed no saving. Mr. Davy then remarked on the gross improbabilities of the story of Elizabeth. They are glaring, but as Fielding said, so are the improbabilities of the facts. Somebody had stripped and starved and imprisoned the girl. That is absolutely certain. She was brought within an inch of her life. She did not suffer all these things to excite compassion. That is out of the question. Had she plunged into gaiety on New Year's night, the consequences would be other than instant starvation. They might have been guilty splendor. She had been most abominably misused, and it was to the last degree improbable that any mortal should so misuse an honest, quiet lass. But the grossly improbable had certainly occurred. It was next to impossible that in 1856 a respectable-looking man should offer to take a little boy for a drive, and that 6 weeks later the naked body of the boy, who had been starved to death, should be found in a ditch near Acton. But the facts occurred. To Squires and Wells, a rosy girl might prove more valuable than a little boy to anybody. That Elizabeth could live for a month on a loaf did not surprise Mrs. Canning. When things were very hard with her, said Mrs. Canning, the child had lived on half a roll a day. This is the other touch which, with the story of the farthing, helps to make me a partisan of Elizabeth. Mr. Davy said that on January 31st, before Chitty, Elizabeth did not pretend to certainty about Mrs. Wells. She never did at any time. She neither knew, nor affected to know, anything about Mrs. Wells. She had only seen a tall, swarthy woman, a dark girl and a fair girl, whom she recognized in the gypsy, her daughter, and Virtue Hall. Mr. Davy preferred Nash's evidence to that of all the neighbors, and even to Chitty's notes, when Nash and Chitty varied. Mr. Davy said that Nash withdrew his assistance after the visit to the house. It was proved, we saw, by his letter of February 10th, that he did not withdraw his assistance, which, like that of Mr. Tracy Tupman, took the form of hoping that other people would subscribe money. Certain varieties of statement as to the time when Elizabeth finished the water proved fatal, and the penthouse of Chitty's notes was played for all that it was worth. It was alleged, as matter of fact, that Adamson brought the broken pitcher into the house. This by Mr. Wills, later Solicitor General. Now, for 3 months before February 1st, Adamson had not seen Elizabeth Canning, nor had he heard her description of the room. He was riding, and could not carry a gallon pitcher in his coat pocket. He could not carry it in John Gilpin's fashion, and whatever else was denied, it was admitted that from the first Elizabeth mentioned the pitcher. The statement of Mr. Wills, that Adamson brought in the pitcher, was one that no barrister should have made. The Natus pair were now brought in to say that they slept in the loft during the time that Elizabeth said that she was there. As a reason for not giving evidence at the gypsies' trial, they alleged fear of the mob, as we saw. The witnesses for the gypsies' alibi were called. Mrs. Hopkins, of South Parrot, Dorset, was not very confident that she had seen the gypsy at her inn on December 29th, 1752. She, if Mary Squires she was, told Mrs. Hopkins that they sold hardware. In fact, they sold software, smuggled nankeen and other stuffs. Alice Farnham recognized the gypsies, whom she had seen after New Christmas, New Style. They said that they would come see me after the old Christmas holidays, which is unlikely. Lucy Squires, the daughter, was clean, well dressed, and testa Mr. Davy, she was pretty. She was not called. George Squires was next examined. He had been well tutored as to what he did after December 29th, but could not tell where he was on Christmas Day 4 days earlier. His memory only existed from the hour when he arrived at Mrs. Hopkins' inn at South Parrot, December 29th, 1752. His own counsel must have been amazed, but in cross-examination Mr. Morton showed that for all time up to December 29th, 1752, George's memory was an utter blank. On January 1st, George dined, he said, at Abbotsbury with one Clark, a sweetheart of his sister. They had 2 boiled fowls, but Clark said they had only a part of a fowl between them. There was such a discrepancy of evidence here as to time on the part of one of the gypsy's witnesses that Mr. Davy told him he was drunk. Yet he persisted that he kissed Lucy Squires at an hour when Lucy, to suit the case, could not have been present. There was documentary evidence, a letter of Lucy to Clark from Basingstoke. It was dated January 18th, 1753, but the figure after 175 was torn off the postmark. That was the only injury to the letter. Had there not been a battalion of as hard swearers to the presence of the gypsies at Enfield in January 1752-1753, as there was to their absence from Enfield and to their presence in Dorset, the gypsy party would have proved their case. As matters stand, we must remember that the Dorset evidence had been organized by a solicitor, that the route was one which the Squires party habitually used, that by the confession of Mr. Davy, the prosecuting counsel, the Squires family stood in with the smuggling interest, compact and unscrupulous. They were gypsies dealing in smuggled goods, said Mr. Davy. Again, while George Squires had been taught his lesson like a parrot, the prosecution dared not call his sister, Pretty Lucy, as a witness. They said that George was stupid, but that Lucy was much more dull. The more stupid was George, the less unlikely was he to kidnap Elizabeth Canning as a prize of war after robbing her. But she did not swear to him. As to the presence of the gypsies at Mrs. Wells's at Enfield, as early as January 19th, Mrs. Howard swore. Her husband lived on his own property, and her house, with a well, which she allowed the villagers to use, was opposite Mrs. Wells's. Mrs. Howard had seen the gypsy girl at the well, and had been curtsied to by her, at a distance of 3 or 4 yards. She had heard earlier from her servants of the arrival of the gypsies, and had looked wishfully or earnestly at them. She was not so positive as to Mary Squires, whom she had seen at a greater distance. William Headland swore to seeing Mary Squires on January 9th. He fixed the date by a market day. Also on the 12th he saw her in Mrs. Wells's house. He picked up a blood-stained piece of thin lead under the window from which Elizabeth escaped, and took it to his mother, who corroborated. Samuel Story, who knew Mary Squires from of old, saw her on December 22nd in White Webb's Lane, so called from the old house noted as a meeting place of the Gunpowder Plot conspirators. Story was a retired clockmaker. Mr. Smith, a tenant of the Duke of Portland, saw Mary Squires in his cow house on December 15th, 1752. She wanted leave to camp there, as she had done in other years. The gipsies then lost a pony. Several witnesses swore to this, and one swore to conversations with Mary Squires about the pony. She gave her name, and said that it was on the clog by which the beast was tethered. Loomworth Dane swore to Mary Squires, whom he had observed so closely as to note a great hole in the heel of her stocking. The date was Old Christmas Day, 1752. Dane was landlord of the Bell at Enfield, and a maker of horse collars. Sarah Starr, whose house was next to Mrs. Wells's, saw Mary Squires in her own house on January 18th or 19th. Mary wanted to buy pork, and hung about for 3/4 of an hour, offering to tell fortunes. Mrs. Starr got rid of her by a present of some pig's flesh. She fixed to the date by a document which she had given to Miles, a solicitor. It was not in court. James Pratt swore to talk with Mary Squires before Christmas as to her lost pony. She had then a man with her. He was asked to look round the court to see if the man was present, whereon George Squires ducked his head, and was rebuked by the prosecuting counsel, Mr. Davy, who said, "It does not look well." It was hardly the demeanour of conscious innocence. But Pratt would not swear to him. Mary Squires told Pratt that she would consult a cunning man about the lost pony, and Mr. Nares foolishly asked why a cunning woman should consult a cunning man. One black fellow will often tell you he can and does something magical, whilst all the time he is perfectly aware that he cannot, and yet firmly believes that some other man can really do it. So write Messrs. Spencer and Gillen in their excellent book on the native tribes of Central Australia, and so it was with the gipsy, who, though a wise woman, believed in a wise man. This witness, Pratt, said with great emphasis, "Upon my oath, that is the woman. I am positive in my conscience, and I am sure that it was no other woman. This is the woman I saw at that blessed time." Moreover, she gave him her name as the name on the clog of the lost pony. The affair of the pony was just what would impress a man like Pratt, and on the gipsies' own version, they had no pony with them in their march from Dorset. All this occurred before Pratt left his house, which was on December 22nd, 3 days before New Christmas. He then left Enfield for Cheshunt, and his evidence carries conviction. In some other cases witnesses were very stupid. One could not tell in what month Christmas fell. One witness, an old woman, made an error, confusing January 16th with January 23rd. A document on which she relied gave the later date. If witnesses on either side were a year out in their reckoning, the discrepancies would be accountable. But Pratt, for example, could not forget when he left Enfield for Cheshunt, and Farmer Smith and Mrs. Howard could be under no such confusion of memory. It may be prejudice, but I rather prefer the Enfield evidence in some ways, as did Mr. Paget. In others, the Dorset evidence seems better. Elizabeth had sworn to having asked a man to point out the way to London after she escaped into the lane beside Mrs. Wells's house. A man, Thomas Bennett, swore that on January 29th, 1753, a miserable poor wretch about 4:30, near the 10-mile stone in a lane. She asked her way to London. She said she was affrighted by the tanner's dog. The tanner's house was about 200 yards nearer London, and the prosecution made much of this, as if a dog, with plenty of leisure and a feud against tramps, could not move 200 yards, or much more, if he were taking a walk abroad, to combat the object of his dislike. Bennett knew that the dog was the tanner's. Probably he saw the dog when he met the wayfarer, and it does not follow that the wayfarer herself called it the tanner's dog. Bennett fixed the date with precision. 4 days later, hearing of the trouble at Mrs. Wells's, Bennett said, "I will be hanged if I did not meet the young woman near this place and told her the way to London." Mr. Davy could only combat Bennett by laying stress on the wayfarer's talking of the tanner's dog. But the dog at the moment of the meeting was probably well in view. Bennett knew him, and Bennett was not asked, "Did the woman call the dog the tanner's dog, or do you say this of your own knowledge?" Moreover, the tannery was well in view, and the hound may have conspicuously started from that base of operations. Mr. Davy's reply was a quibble. His closing speech merely took up the old line. Elizabeth was absent to conceal a misfortune. Her cunning mother was her accomplice. There was no proof of Elizabeth's unchastity. Nay, she had an excellent character. But there is a time, gentlemen, when people begin to be wicked. If engaged for the other side, Mr. Davy would have placed his nemo repente fuit turpissimus. No person of unblemished character wades straight into innocent blood, to use his own phrase. The recorder summed up against Elizabeth. He steadily assumed that Nash was always right, and the neighbors always wrong, as to the girl's original story. He said nothing of Bennett. The tanner's dog had done for Bennett. He said that if the Enfield witnesses were right, the Dorset witnesses were wilfully perjured. He did not add that if the Dorset witnesses were right, the Enfield testifiers were perjured. The jury brought in a verdict of guilty of perjury, but not wilful and corrupt. This was an acquittal, but the recorder refusing the verdict, they did what they were desired to do, and sentence was passed. 2 jurors made affidavit that they never intended a conviction. The whole point had turned, in the minds of the jury, on a discrepancy as to when Elizabeth finished the water in the broken pitcher, on Wednesday, January 27th, or on Friday, January 29th. Both accounts could not be true. Here, then, was perjury, thought the jury, but not wilful and corrupt, not purposeful. But the jury had learned that the court was impatient. They had already brought Elizabeth in guilty of perjury, by which they meant guilty of a casual discrepancy not unnatural in a person hovering between life and death. They thought that they could not go back on their guilty, and so they went all the way to corrupt and wilful perjury, murder by false oath, and consistently added an earnest recommendation to mercy. By a majority of 1 out of 17 judges, Elizabeth was banished for 7 years to New England. She was accused in the press of being an enthusiast, but the Rev. William Rayner, who attended her in prison, publicly proclaimed her a good churchwoman and a good girl, June 7, 1754. Elizabeth, June 24th, stuck to her guns in a manifesto. She had not once knowingly deviated from the truth. Mr. Davy had promised the jury that when Elizabeth was once condemned all would come out, the whole secret. But though the most careful attempts were made to discover her whereabouts from January 1st to January 29th, 1753, nothing was ever found out, a fact most easily explained by the hypothesis that she was where she said she was, at Mother Wells's. As to Elizabeth's later fortunes, accounts differ, but she certainly married, in Connecticut, a Mr. Treat, a respectable yeoman, said to have been opulent. She died in Connecticut in June 1773, leaving a family. In my opinion, Elizabeth Canning was a victim of the common sense of the 18th century. She told a very strange tale, and common sense holds that what is strange cannot be true. Yet something strange had undeniably occurred. It was very strange if Elizabeth, on the night of January 1st, retired to become a mother, of which there was no appearance, while of an amour even gossip could not furnish a hint. It was very strange if, having thus retired, she was robbed, starved, stripped, and brought to death's door, bleeding and broken down. It was very strange that no vestige of evidence as to her real place of concealment could ever be discovered. It was amazingly strange that a girl, previously and afterwards of golden character, should in a moment aim by perjury at innocent blood. But the 18th century, as represented by Mr. Davy, Mr. Wills, the barrister who fabled in court, and the recorder, found none of these things one half so strange as Elizabeth Canning's story. Mr. Henry Fielding, who had some knowledge of human nature, was of the same opinion as the present candid inquirer. "In this case," writes the author of Tom Jones, "one of the most simple girls I ever saw, if she be a wicked one, hath been too hard for me. I am firmly persuaded that Elizabeth Canning is a poor, honest, simple, innocent girl. Moi aussi, but I would not have condemned the gipsy." In this case, the most perplexing thing of all is to be found in the conflicting unpublished affidavits sworn in March 1753, when memories as to the whereabouts of the gipsies were fresh. They form a great mass of papers in the State Papers Domestic at the Record Office. I owe to Mr. Courtenay Kenny my knowledge of the 2 unpublished letters of Fielding to the Duke of Newcastle, which follow. My Lord Duke, I received an order from my Lord Chancellor, immediately after the breaking up of the Council, to lay before your Grace all the affidavits I had taken since the gipsy trial, which related to that affair. I then told the messenger that I had taken none, as indeed the fact is, the affidavits of which I gave my Lord Chancellor an abstract having been all sworn before justices of the peace in the neighbourhood of Enfield, and remain, I believe, in the possession of an attorney in the city. However, in consequence of the commands with which your Grace was pleased to honour me yesterday, I sent my clerk immediately to the attorney to acquaint him with the commands, which I doubt not he will instantly obey. This I did from my great duty to your Grace, for I have long had no concern in this affair, nor have I seen any of the parties lately, unless once when I was desired to send for the girl, Canning, to my house, that a great number of noblemen and gentlemen might see her and ask her what questions they pleased. I am, with the highest duty, my Lord, your Grace's most obedient and most humble servant, Henry Fielding. Ealing, April 14th, 1753. His Grace the Duke of Newcastle. Endorsed, Ealing, April 14th, 1753. Mr. Fielding, R. 16th. My Lord Duke, I am extremely concerned to see by a letter which I have just received from Mr. Jones, by command of your Grace, that the persons concerned for the prosecution have not yet attended your Grace with the affidavits in Canning's affair. I do assure you, upon my honour, that I sent to them the moment I first received your Grace's commands, and having after 3 messages prevailed with them to come to me, I desired them to fetch the affidavits that I might send them to your Grace, being not able to wait on you in person. This they said they could not do, but would go to Mr. Hume Campbell, their counsel, and prevail with him to attend your Grace with all their affidavits, many of which I found were sworn after the day mentioned in the order of council. I told them I apprehended the latter could not be admitted, but insisted in the strongest terms on their laying the others immediately before your Grace, and they at last promised me they would, nor have I ever seen them since. I have now again ordered my clerk to go to them to inform them of the last commands I have received, but as I have no compulsory power over them I cannot answer for their behaviour, which indeed I have long disliked, and have therefore long ago declined giving them any advice, nor would I, unless in obedience to your Grace, have anything to say to a set of the most obstinate fools I ever saw, and who seem to me rather to act from a spleen against my Lord Mayor, than from any motive of protecting innocence, though that was certainly their motive at first. In truth, if I am not deceived, I suspect that they desire that the gipsy should be pardoned, and then to convince the world that she was guilty in order to cast the greater reflection on him who was principally instrumental in obtaining such pardon. I conclude with assuring your Grace that I have acted in this affair, as I shall on all occasions, with the most dutiful regard to your commands, and that if my life had been at stake, as many know, I could have done no more. I am, with the highest respect, my Lord Duke, your Grace's most obedient and most humble servant, Henry Fielding. Ealing, April 27th, 1753. His Grace the Duke of Newcastle. Endorsed, Ealing, April 27th, 1753. Mr. Fielding. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Chapter 2 of Historical Mysteries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Bennett. Historical Mysteries by Andrew Lang. Chapter 2. Many a man, says De Quincey, can trace his ruin to a murder, of which perhaps he thought little enough at the time. This remark applies with peculiar force to Philip II of Spain, to his secretary Antonio Perez, to the steward of Perez, to his page, and to a number of professional ruffians. All of these, from the king to his own scullion, were concerned in the slaying of Juan de Escovedo, secretary of Philip's famous natural brother, Don John of Austria. All of them, in different degrees, had bitter reason to regret a deed which at the moment seemed a commonplace political incident. The puzzle in the case of Escovedo does not concern the manner of his taking off, or the identity of his murderers. These things are perfectly well known. The names of the guilty, from the king to the bravo, are ascertained. The mystery clouds the motives for the deed. Why was Escovedo done to death? Did the king have him assassinated for purely political reasons? really inadequate but magnified by the suspicious royal fancy? Or were the secretary of Philip II and the monarch of Spain rivals in the affections of a one-eyed widow of rank? And did the secretary, Perez, induce Philip to give orders for Escovedo's death because Escovedo threatened to reveal to the king their guilty intrigue? Sir William Sterling Maxwell and Monsieur Mignet accepted, with shades of difference, this explanation. Mr. Froude, on the other hand, held that Philip acted for political reasons and with the full approval of his very ill-informed conscience. There was no lady as a motive in the case, in Mr. Froude's opinion. A third solution is possible. Philip perhaps wished to murder Escovedo for political reasons, and without reference to the tender passion, but Philip was slow and irresolute, while Perez, who dreaded Escovedo's interference with his love affair, urged his royal master on to the crime which he was shirking. We may never know the exact truth, but at least we can study a state of morals and manners at Madrid, compared with which the blundering tragedies of Holyrood in Queen Mary's time seem mere child's play. The lambs of Bothwell are lambs playful and gentle when set beside the instruments of Philip II. The murdered man, Escovedo, and the first murderer, as Shakespeare says, Antonio Perez, had both been trained in the service of Ruy Gomez, Philip's famous minister. Gomez had a wife, Ana de Mendoza, who, being born in 1546, was aged 32, not 38 as Mignet says, in 1578 when Escovedo was killed. But 1546 may be a misprint for 1540. She was blind in one eye in 1578, but probably both her eyes were brilliant in 1567, when she really seems to have been Philip's mistress, or was generally believed so to be. 11 years later, at the date of the murder, there is no obvious reason to suppose that Philip was constant to her charms. Her husband, created Prince d'Eboli, had died in 1573, or, as Mr. Froude says, in 1567. The princess was now a widow, and really, if she chose to distinguish her husband's old secretary, at this date the king's secretary, Antonio Perez, there seems no reason to suppose that Philip would have troubled himself about the matter. That he still loved Ana with a constancy far from royal, that she loved Perez, that Perez and she feared that Escovedo would denounce them to the king, is Mignet's theory of the efficient cause of Escovedo's murder. Yet Mignet holds, and rightly, that Philip had made up his mind, as far as he ever did make up his mind, to kill Escovedo long before that diplomatist became an inconvenient spy on the supposed lovers. To raise matters to the tragic height of the Phaedra of Euripides, Perez was said to be the natural son of his late employer, Gomez, the husband of his alleged mistress. Probably Perez was nothing of the sort. He was the bastard of a man of his own name, and his alleged mistress, the widow of Gomez, may even have circulated the other story to prove that her relations with Perez, though intimate, were innocent. They are a pretty set of people. As for Escovedo, he and Perez had been friends from their youth upwards. While Perez passed from the service of Gomez to that of Philip, in 1572 Escovedo was appointed secretary to the nobly adventurous Don John of Austria. The court believed that he was intended to play the part of spy on Don John, but he fell under the charm of that gallant heart, and readily accepted, if he did not inspire, the most daring projects of the victor of Lepanto, the sword of Christendom. This was very inconvenient for the leaden-footed Philip, who never took time by the forelock, but always brooded over schemes and let opportunity pass. Don John, on the other hand, was all for forcing the game, and when he was sent to temporise and conciliate in the Low Countries and withdraw the Spanish army of occupation, his idea was to send the Spanish forces out of the Netherlands by sea. When once they were on blue water, he would make a descent on England, rescue the captive Mary Stuart, marry her, he was incapable of fear, restore the Catholic religion, and wear the English crown. A good plot, approved of by the Pope, but a plot which did not suit the genius of Philip. He placed his leaden foot upon the scheme, and on various other gallant projects, conceived in the best manner of Alexandre Dumas. Now Escovedo, to whom Don John was devotedly attached, was the soul of all these chivalrous designs, and for that reason Philip regarded him as a highly dangerous person. Escovedo was at Madrid when Don John first went to the Low Countries, 1576. He kept urging Philip to accept Don John's fiery proposals, though Antonio Perez entreated him to be cautious. At this date, 1576, Perez was really the friend of Escovedo. But Escovedo would not be advised. He wrote an impatient memorial to the king, denouncing his stitchless policy, descosido, his dilatory, shambling, idealess proceedings. So at least Sir William Sterling Maxwell asserts in his Don John of Austria. The word used by Escovedo was descosido, unstitched. But Mr. Froude says that Philip used the expression later in reference to another letter of Escovedo's, which he also called a bloody letter, January 1578. Here Mr. Froude can hardly be right, for Philip's letter containing that vulgar expression is of July 1577. In any case, in 1576, Philip was induced, by the intercession of Perez, to overlook the fault, and Escovedo, whose presence Don John demanded, was actually sent to him in December 1576. From this date, both Don John and Escovedo wrote familiarly to their friend Perez, while Perez lured them on and showed their letters to the king. Just as Charles I commissioned the Duke of Hamilton to spy on the Covenanted nobles and pretend to sympathise with them and talk in their godly style, so Philip gave Perez orders to entrap Don John and Escovedo. Perez said, "I want no theology but my own to justify me," and Philip wrote in reply, "My theology takes the same view of the matter as your own." At this time, 1577, Perez, though a gambler and a profligate who took presents from all hands, must have meant nothing worse on Migne's theory than to serve Philip as he loved to be served, and keep him well informed of Don John's designs. Escovedo was not yet, according to Migne, an obstacle to the amours of Perez and the king's mistress, the Princess d'Eboli. Sir William Sterling Maxwell, on the other hand, holds that the object of Perez already was to ruin Don John. For what reason Sir William owns that he cannot discover. Indeed, Perez had no such object, unless Don John confided to him projects treasonous or dangerous to the government of his own master, the king. Now did Don John or Escovedo entrust Perez with designs not merely chivalrous and impracticable, but actually traitorous? Certainly, Don John did nothing of the kind. Escovedo left him and went, without being called for, to Spain, arriving in July 1577. During his absence, Don John defeated the Dutch Protestants in the Battle of Gembloux on January 31, 1578. He then wrote a letter full of chivalrous loyalty to Escovedo and Perez at Madrid. He would make Philip master indeed of the Low Countries. He asked Escovedo and Perez to inspire the king with resolution. To do that was impossible, but Philip could never have desired to murder Escovedo merely because he asked help for Don John. Yet no sooner did Escovedo announce his return to Spain in July 1577 than Philip, in a letter to Perez, said, "We must hasten to dispatch him before he kills us." There seems to be no doubt that the letter in which this phrase occurs is authentic, though we have it only in a copy. But is the phrase correctly translated? The words "priesa a despachale antes que nos mate" certainly may be rendered, "We must be quick and dispatch him," Escovedo, "before he kills us." But Mr. Froude, much more lenient to Philip than to Mary Stuart, proposes to render the phrase, "We must dispatch Escovedo quickly," i.e. send him about his business, "before he worries us to death." Mr. Froude thus denies that in 1577 Philip already meant to kill Escovedo. It's unlucky for Mr. Froude's theory and for Philip's character if the king used the phrase twice. In March 1578 he wrote to Perez about Escovedo, "Act quickly, antes que nos mate," before he kills us. So Perez averred, at least. But is his date correct? This time Perez did act and Escovedo was butchered. If Perez tells truth, in 1577 Philip meant what he said, "Dispatch him before he kills us." Why did Philip thus dread Escovedo? We have merely the published statements of Perez in his account of the affair. After giving the general causes of Philip's distrust of Don John, and the ideas which a deeply suspicious monarch may very well have entertained, considering the adventurous character of his brother, Perez adds a special charge against Escovedo. He vowed, says Perez, that after conquering England, he and Don John would attack Spain. Escovedo asked for the captaincy of a castle on a rock commanding the harbour of Santander. He was alcalde of that town. He and Don John would use this fortress, as Aramis and Fouquet in the novel of Dumas meant to use Belle-Isle against their sovereign. As a matter of fact, Escovedo had asked for the command of Mogro, the fortress commanding Santander, in the spring of 1577, and Perez told Philip that the place should be strengthened for the protection of the harbour, but not entrusted to Escovedo. Don John's loyalty could never have contemplated the use of the place as a keep to be held in an attack on his king. But if Perez had, in 1577, no grudge against Escovedo as being perilous to his alleged amour with the Princess d'Eboli, then the murderous plan of Philip must have sprung from the intense suspiciousness of his own nature, not from the promptings of Perez. Escovedo reached Spain in July 1577. He wasn't killed till March 31st, 1578, though attempts on his life were made some weeks earlier. Monsieur Mignet argues that till the early spring of 1578, Philip held his hand because Perez lulled his fears, that Escovedo then began to threaten to disclose the love affair of Perez to his royal rival, and that Perez, in his own private interest, now changed his tune, and in place of mollifying Philip, urged him to the crime. But Philip was so dilatory that he could not even commit a murder with decent promptitude. Escovedo was not dangerous, even to his mind, while he was apart from Don John. But as weeks passed, Don John kept insisting by letter on the return of Escovedo. And for that reason, possibly, Philip screwed his courage to the, literally, sticking point, and Escovedo was stuck. Major Martin Hume, however, argues that by this time circumstances had changed and Philip had now no motive for murder. The impression of Mignet and of Sir William Sterling Maxwell, the biographer of Don John, is quite different. They hold that the Princess d'Eboli in 1578 was Philip's mistress, that she deceived him with Perez, that Escovedo threatened to tell all, and that Perez therefore hurried on his murder. Had this been the state of affairs, would Escovedo have constantly accepted the invitations of Perez to dinner? The men would necessarily have been on the worst of terms if Escovedo was threatening Perez, but Escovedo in fact kept on dining with Perez. Again, the policy of Perez would have been to send Escovedo where he wanted to go, to Flanders, well out of the way, back to Don John. It seems probable enough, though not certain, that in 1567 the Princess and Philip were lovers. But it is most unlikely, and it is not proved, that Philip was still devoted to the lady in 1578. Some of the princess's family, the Mendozas, now wanted to kill Perez as a dishonour to their blood. At the trial of Perez later, much evidence was given to show that he loved the princess, or was suspected of doing so, but it is not shown that this was a matter about which Philip had any reason to concern himself. Thus it is not inconceivable that Escovedo disliked the relations between Perez and the princess, but nothing tends to show that he could have made himself dangerous by revealing them to the king. Moreover, if he spoke his mind to Perez on the matter, the two would not have remained, as apparently they did, on terms of the most friendly intercourse. A squire of Perez described a scene in which Escovedo threatened to denounce the princess. But how did the squire become a witness of the scene in which the princess defied Escovedo in terms of singular coarseness? At all events, when Philip consulted the Marquis of Los Velez on the propriety of killing Escovedo, rather than sending him back to Don John, the reasons which convinced the Marquis were mere political suspicions. It was at that time a question of conscience whether a king might have a subject assassinated, if the royal motives, though sufficient, were not such as could be revealed with safety in a court of justice. On these principles, Queen Mary had a right to take Darnley off for excellent political causes which could not safely be made public for international reasons. Mary, however, unlike Philip, did not consult her confessor, who believed her to be innocent of her husband's death. The confessor of Philip told him that the king had a perfect right to dispatch Escovedo, and Philip gave his orders to Perez. He repeated, says Perez, in 1578, his words used in 1577, "Make haste before he kills us." As to this point of conscience, the right of a king to commit murder on a subject for reasons of state, Protestant opinion seems to have been lenient. When the Ruthvens were killed at Perth on August the 5th, 1600, in an affair the most mysterious of all mysteries, the Reverend Robert Bruce, a stern Presbyterian, refused to believe that James VI had not planned their slaughter. "But your Majesty might have secret reasons," said Bruce to the king, who naturally and truly maintained his own innocence. This looks as if Mr. Bruce, like the confessor of Philip, held that a king had a right to murder a subject for secret reasons of state. The Inquisition vigorously repudiated the doctrine when maintained by a Spanish preacher, but Knox approved of King Henry's, Darnley's, murder of Riccio. My sympathies on this point are with the Inquisition. Perez, having been commissioned to organise the crime, handed on the job to Martinez, his steward. Martinez asked a ruffianly page, Enriquez, if I knew anybody in my country, Murcia, who would stick a knife into a person. Enriquez said, "I will speak about it to a muleteer of my acquaintance," as in fact I did, and the muleteer undertook the business. But later, hearing that a man of importance was to be knifed, Enriquez told Perez that a muleteer was not noble enough. The job must be entrusted to persons of more consideration. Enriquez, in 1585, confessed for a good reason. Perez had absurdly mismanaged the business. All sorts of people were employed, and after the murder they fled, and began to die punctually in an alarming manner. Naturally, Enriquez thought that Perez was acting like the Moors of Auchendrain, who dispatched a series of witnesses and accomplices in their murder of Kennedy. As they always needed a new accomplice to kill the previous accomplice, then another to slay the slayer, and so on, the Moors, if unchecked, would have depopulated Scotland. Enriquez surmised that his turn to die would soon come. So he confessed and was corroborated by Diego Martinez. Thus the facts came out, and this ought to be a lesson to murderers. As the muleteer hung fire, Perez determined to poison Escovedo, but he did not in the least know how to set about it. Science was hardly in her infancy. If you wanted to poison a man in Scotland, you had to rely on a vulgar witch, or send a man to France at great expense to buy the stuff, and the messenger was detected and tortured. The court of Spain was not more scientific. Martinez sent Enriquez to Murcia to gather certain poisonous herbs, and these were distilled by a venal apothecary. The poison was then tried on a barn door fowl, which was not one penny the worse. But Martinez somehow procured a certain water that was good to be given as a drink. Perez asked Escovedo to dinner. Enriquez waited at table, and in each cup of wine that Escovedo drank, he rather homeopathically put a nutshell full of the water. Escovedo was no more poisoned than the cock of the earlier experiment. It was ascertained that the beverage produced no effect whatever. A few days later, Escovedo again dined with the hospitable Perez. On this occasion they gave him some white powder in a dish of cream, and also gave him the poisoned water in his wine, thinking it a pity to waste that beverage. This time Escovedo was unwell, and again when Enriquez induced a scullion in the royal kitchen to put more of the powder in a basin of broth in Escovedo's own house. For this the poor kitchen maid who cooked the broth was hanged in the public square of Madrid, sin culpa. Pius Philip was demoralizing his subjects at a terrible rate, but you cannot make an omelette without breaking eggs. Philip slew that girl of his kitchen as surely as if he had taken a gun and shot her, but probably the royal confessor said that all was as it should be. In spite of the resources of Spanish science, Escovedo persisted in living, and Perez determined that he must be shot or stabbed. Enriquez went off to his own country to find a friend who was an assassin, and to get a stiletto with a very fine blade, much better than a pistol to kill a man with. Enriquez, keeping a good thing in the family, enlisted his brother, and Martinez from Aragon brought two proper kind of men, Juan de Nera and Insausti, who with the king's scullion undertook the job. Perez went to Alcala for Holy Week, just as the good Regent Murray left Edinburgh on the morning of Darnley's murder after sermon. "Have a halibi" was the motto of both gentlemen. The underlings dogged Escovedo in the evening of Easter Monday. Enriquez did not come across him, but Insausti did his business with one thrust, in a workmanlike way. The scullion hurried to Alcalá and told the news to Perez, who was highly delighted. We leave this good and faithful servant and turn to Don John. When he, far away, heard the news, he was under no delusions about love affairs as the cause of the crime. He wrote to his wretched brother the king in grief greater than I can describe. The king, he said, had lost the best of servants, a man without the aims and craft which are now in vogue. I may with just reason consider myself to have been the cause of his death. The blow was really dealt at Don John. He expressed the most touching anxiety for the wife and children of Escovedo, who died poor because, unlike Perez, he had clean hands. He besought Philip by the love of our Lord to use every possible diligence to know whence the blow came and to punish it with the rigour which it deserves. He himself will pay the most pressing debts of the dead. From Beaumont, April the 20th, 1578. Probably the royal caitiff was astonished by this letter. On September 20, Don John wrote his last letter to his brother, desiring more than life some decision on your Majesty's part. Give me orders for the conduct of affairs. Philip scrawled in the margin, I will not answer. But Don John had ended his letter. Our lives are at stake, and all we ask is to lose them with honour. These are like the last words of the last letter of the great Montrose, Sir Charles II. With the more alacrity and vigour, I go to search my death. Like Montrose, Don John carried with him fidelity and honour to the grave. He died after a cruel illness on October the 1st. Brantome says that he was poisoned by order of the king, at the instigation of Perez. The side of his breast was yellow and black as if burned, and crumbled at the touch. These things were always said when a great personage died in his bed. They're probably untrue, but a king who could conscientiously murder his brother's friend could, as conscientiously and for the same reasons, murder his brother. The Princess d'Eboli rewarded and sheltered one of the murderers of Escovedo. They were all gratified with chains of gold, silver cups, abundance of golden écus, and commissions in the army. All were sent out of the country, and some began to die strangely, which, as we saw, frightened Enriquez into his confession. 1585. At once Perez was suspected. He paid a visit of condolence to young Escovedo. He spoke of a love affair of Escovedo's in Flanders. An injured husband must be the guilty man. But suspicion darkened. Perez complained to the king that he was dogged, watched, cross-examined by the alcalde and his son. The Escovedo family had a friend in Vasquez, another royal secretary. Knowing nothing of the king's guilt and jealous of Perez, he kept assuring the king that Perez was guilty, that there was an amour detected by Escovedo, that Escovedo perished for a woman's sake, that Philip must investigate the case and end the scandal. The woman, of course, was the Princess d'Eboli. Philip cared nothing for her, now at least. Mr. Froude says that Don Gaspar Moreau, in his work on the Princess, has disproved conclusively the imagined liaison between the Princess and Philip II. On the other hand, Philip was darkly concerned in litigations about property against the Princess. These affairs Vasquez conducted, while Perez naturally was on the side of the widow of his benefactor. On these points, more than 100 letters of Vasquez exist. Meanwhile, he left, and the Escovedo family left, No stone unturned to prove that Perez murdered Escovedo because Escovedo thwarted his amour with the princess. Philip had promised again and again to stand by Perez. But the affair was coming to light, and if it must come out, it suited Philip that Vasquez should track Perez on the wrong trail, the trail of the amour, not follow the right scent which led straight to the throne and the wretch who sat on it. But neither course could be quite pleasant to the king. Perez offered to stand his trial, knowing that evidence against him could not be found. His accomplices were far away. He would be acquitted, as Bothwell was acquitted of Darnley's death. Philip could not face the situation. He bade Perez consult the president of the council, de Pazos, a bishop, and tell him all, while de Pazos should mollify young Escovedo. The bishop, a casuist, actually assured young Escovedo that Perez and the princess are as innocent as myself. The bishop did not agree with the Inquisition. He could say that Perez was innocent because he only obeyed the king's murderous orders. Young Escovedo retreated, Vasquez persevered, and the Princess d'Eboli, writing to the king, called Vasquez a Moorish dog. Philip had both Perez and the princess arrested, for Vasquez was not to be put down. His business, in connection with the litigations, was to pursue the princess, and Philip could not tell Vasquez that he was on the wrong trail. The lady was sent to her estates. This satisfied Vasquez, and Perez and he were bound over to keep the peace. But suspicion hung about Perez, and Philip preferred that it should be so. The secretary was accused of peculation. He had taken bribes on all hands, and he was sentenced to heavy fines and imprisonment. January 1585. Now Enriquez confessed, and a kind of secret inquiry, of which the records survived, dragged its slow course along. Perez was under arrest in a house near a church. He dropped out of a window and rushed into the church. The civil power burst open the gates, violated sanctuary, and found our friend crouching, all draped with festoons of cobwebs, in the timber-work under the roof. The church censured the magistrates, but they had got Perez, and Philip defied the ecclesiastical courts. Perez, a prisoner, tried to escape by the aid of one of Escovedo's murderers, who was staunch but failed, while his wife was ill-treated to make him give up all the compromising letters of the king. He did give up 2 sealed trunks full of papers, but his ally and steward, Martinez, had first, it is said, selected and secreted the royal notes which proved the guilt of Philip. Apparently the king thought himself safe now, and actually did not take the trouble to see whether his compromising letters were in the sealed trunks or not. At least, if he did know that they were absent, and that Perez could produce proof of his guilt, it's hard to see why, with endless doubts and hesitations, he allowed the secret process for murder against Perez to drag on after a long interruption into 1590. Vasquez examined and re-examined Perez, but there was still only one witness against him, the scoundrel Enriquez. One was not enough. A new step was taken. The royal confessor assured Perez that he would be safe if he told the whole truth and declared openly that he had acted by the royal orders. Perez refused. Philip commanded again, January 4, 1590. Perez must now reveal the king's motive for decreeing the murder. If Philip was setting a trap for Perez, That trap only caught him if he couldn't produce the king's compromising letters, which in fact he still possessed. Mr. Froude asserts that Philip had heard from his confessor, and he from the wife of Perez, that the letters were still secreted and could be produced. If so, Perez would be safe, and the king's character would be lost. What was Philip's aim and motive? Would he declare the letters to be forgeries? No other mortal of that day wrote such an unmistakable hand as his. It was the worst in the world. He must have had some loophole, or he would never have pressed Perez to bear witness to his own crime. A loophole he had, and Perez knew it, for otherwise he would have obeyed orders, told the whole story, and been set free. He did not. Mr. Froude supposes that he didn't think the royal authority would satisfy the judges. But they could not condemn Perez, a mere accessory to Philip, without condemning the king. And how could the judges do that? Perez, I think, would have taken his chance of the judges' severity, as against their king, rather than disobey the king's command to confess all, and so have to face torture. He did face the torture, which proves, perhaps, that he knew Philip could somehow escape from the damning evidence of his own letters. Philip's loophole, Major Martin Hume thinks, was this. If Perez revealed the king's reasons for ordering the murder, they would appear as obsolete at the date of the deed. Pedro alone would be culpable. In any case, he faced torture. Like most people in his circumstances, he miscalculated his own power of bearing agony. He had not the endurance of the younger Auchendrain murderer, of Mitchell, the choice covenanting assassin, of the gallant Jacobite Neville Payne, tortured nearly to death by the minions of the Dutch usurper, William of Orange. All of these bore the torment and kept their secrets. But 8 turns of the rope opened the mouth of Perez, whose obstinacy had merely put him to great inconvenience. Yet he didn't produce Philip's letters in corroboration. He said that they had been taken for him. However, next day Diego Martinez, who had hitherto denied all, saw that the game was up and admitted the truth of all that Enriquez had confessed in 1585. About a month after the torture, Perez escaped. His wife was allowed to visit him in prison. She had been the best, the bravest, the most devoted of women. If she had reason for jealousy of the princess, which is by no means certain, she had forgiven all. She had moved heaven and earth to save her husband. In the Dominican church at High Mass, she had thrown herself upon the king's confessor, demanding before that awful presence on the altar that the priest should refuse to absolve the king unless he set Perez free. Admitted to her husband's prison, she played the trick that saved Lord Ogilvy from the dungeon of the Covenanters, that saved Argyle, Nithsdale, and James Moore MacGregor. Perez walked out of jail in the dress of his wife. We may suppose that the guards were bribed. There is always collusion in these cases. One of the murderers had horses round the corner, and Perez, who cannot have been badly injured by the rack, rode 30 leagues and crossed the frontier of Aragon. We have not to follow his later adventures, the refusal of the Aragonese to give him up to Castile, their rescue of him from the Inquisition, cost them their constitution, and about 70 of them were burned as heretics. But Perez got clear away. He visited France, where Henry IV befriended him. He visited England, where Bacon was his host. In 1594 he published his Relaciones and told the world the story of Philip's conscience. That story must not be relied on, of course, and the autograph letters of Philip as to the murder of Escobedo are lost. but the copies of them at The Hague are regarded as authentic, and the convincing passages are underlined in red ink. Supposing it possible that Philip, after all, secured the whole of the autograph correspondence, and that Perez only succeeded in preserving the copies now at The Hague, we should understand why Perez would not confess the king's crime. He had only copies of his proofs to show, and copies were valueless as evidence. But it is certain that Perez really had the letters. Bloody Perez, as Bacon's mother called him, died at Paris in November 1611, outliving the wretched master whom he had served so faithfully. Queen Elizabeth tried to induce Amyas Paulet to murder Mary Stuart. Paulet, as a man of honour, refused. He knew, too, that Elizabeth would abandon him to the vengeance of the Scots. Perez ought to have known that Philip would desert him. His folly was rewarded by prison, torture, and confiscation, which were not more than the man deserved who betrayed and murdered the servant of Don John of Austria. Note: this essay was written when I was unaware that Major Martin Hume had treated the problem in Transactions of the Royal Historical Society, 1894, pages 71 to 107, and in Españoles e Ingleses, 1903. The latter work doubtless represents Major Hume's final views. He has found among the additional manuscripts of the British Museum, 28,269, a quantity of the contemporary letters of Perez which supplement the copies at The Hague of other letters destroyed after the death of Perez. From these manuscripts, and other original sources unknown to Mr. Froude and to Monsieur Mignet, see the second edition of his Antonio Perez, Paris, 1846, Major Hume's theory is that for political reasons Philip gave orders that Escovedo should be assassinated. This was in late October or early November 1577. The order was not then carried out. The reason of the delay I do not clearly understand. The months passed, and Escovedo's death ceased, in altered circumstances, to be politically desirable. But he became a serious nuisance to Perez and his mistress, the Princess de Boly. Philip had never countermanded the murder, but Perez, according to Major Hume, falsely alleges that the king was still bent on the murder, and that other statesmen were consulted and approved of it shortly before the actual deed. Perez gives this impression by a crafty manipulation of dates in his narrative. When he had Escovedo slain, he was fighting for his own hand. But Philip, who had never countermanded the murder, was indifferent, till in 1582, when he was with Alva in Portugal. The king now learned that Perez had behaved abominably, had poisoned his mind against his brother Don Juan, had communicated state secrets to the Princess de Boly, and had killed Escovedo, not in obedience to the royal order, but using that order as the shield of his private vengeance. Hence Philip's severities to Perez. Hence his final command that Perez should disclose the royal motives for the destruction of Escovedo. They would be found to have become obsolete at the date when the crime was committed, and on Perez would fall the blame. Such is Major Hume's theory, if I correctly apprehend it. The hypothesis leaves the moral character of Philip as black as ever. He ordered an assassination which he never even countermanded. His confessor might applaud him, but he knew that the doctors of the Inquisition, like the common sentiment of mankind, rejected the theory that the kings had the right to condemn and execute by the dagger men who had been put to no public trial. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Historical Mysteries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sissy-Nick. Historical Mysteries by Andrew Lang. Chapter 3. The Campton Mystery. 1. The ordinary historical mystery is, at least so far, clear that one or other of two solutions must be right, if we only knew which. Perkin Warbeck was the rightful king, or he was an impostor. Jacopo Stuardo at Naples, 1669, was the eldest son of Charles II, or he was a humbug. The man in the iron mask was certainly either Mattioli or Eustace Daugre. James VI conspired against Gowrie, or Gowrie conspired against James VI, and so on. There is reason and human nature at the back of these puzzles. But at the back of the Campton mystery there is not a glimmer of reason or of sane human nature, except on one hypothesis which I shall offer. The occurrences are, to all appearance, motiveless, as the events in a feverish dream. The whole matter is dark and mysterious, which we must therefore leave unto Him, who alone knoweth all things, in His due time, to reveal and to bring to light. So says the author of A True and Perfect Account of the Examination, Confession, Trial, and Execution of Joan Perry and her two sons John and Richard Perry, for the supposed murder of Will Harrison, gentleman, being one of the most remarkable occurrences which hath happened in the memory of man. Sent in a letter, by Sir Thomas Overbury of Burton, in the county of Gloucester, Kent, and one of His Majesty's Justices of the Peace. To Thomas Shirley, Doctor of Physic, in London. Also Mr. Harrison's own account, etc. London, printed for John Atkinson near the Chapter House in St. Paul's Churchyard. No date, but apparently of 1676. Such is the vast and breathless title of a pamphlet which, by undeserved good luck, I have just purchased. The writer, Sir Thomas Overbury, the nephew and heir, says Mr. John Paget, of the unhappy victim of the infamous Countess of Somerset, who had the elder Overbury poisoned in the Tower, was the Justice of the Peace who acted as judge d'instruction in the case of Harrison's disappearance. 5. Footnote 5, Paget, Paradoxes and Puzzles, page 342, Blackwoods, 1874. To come to the story. In 1660, William Harrison, gentleman, was steward or factor to the Viscountess Campton in the Chipping Campden, Gloucestershire, a single-streeted town among the Cotswold Hills. The lady did not live in Campden House, whose owner burned it in the Great Rebellion, to spite the rebels, as Castle Terham was burned by its Jacobite lord in the 15. Harrison inhabited a portion of the building which had escaped destruction. He had been for 50 years a servant of the Hickases and Camptons. His age was 70, which deepens the mystery. He was married and had offspring, including Edward, his eldest son. On a market day in 1659, Mr. Harrison's house was broken into at high noon, while he and his whole family were at the lecture in church, a Puritan form of edification. A ladder had been placed against the wall, the bars of a window on the second story had been wrenched away with a ploughshare, which was left in the room, and 140 pounds of Lady Campton's money were stolen. The robber was never discovered, a curious fact in a small and lonely village. The times, however, were disturbed, and a wandering cavalier or Roundhead soldier may have cracked the crib. Not many weeks later, Harrison's servant Perry was heard crying for help in the garden. He showed a sheep-pick with a hacked handle, and declared that he had been set upon by two men in white with naked swords, and had defended himself with his rustic tool. It is curious that Mr. John Paget, a writer of great acuteness and for many years police magistrate, a Hammersmith, says nothing of the robbery of 1659, and of Perry's crazy conduct in the garden. Perry's behavior there and his hysterical invention of the two armed men in white give the key to his character. The two men in white were never traced, of course, but later we meet three men not less flagitious and even more mysterious. They appear to have been three men in buckram. Footnote 6. See his Paradoxes and Puzzles, pages 337 through 370, and, for good reading, see the book Passum. At all events, in quiet Campden, adventures obviously occurred to the unadventurous. They culminated in the following year, on August 16, 1660. Harrison left his house in the morning and walked the 2 miles to Charingworth to collect his lady's rents. The autumn day closed in, and between 8 and 9 o'clock, old Mrs. Harrison sent the servant John Perry to meet his master on the way home. Lights were also left burning in Harrison's window. That night neither master nor man returned, and it is odd that the younger Harrison, Edward, did not seek for his father till very early next morning. He had the convenience, for nocturnal search, of a moon which rose late. In the morning, Edward went out and met Perry, returning alone. He had not found his master. The pair walked to Ebrington, a village halfway between Campden and Charingworth, and learned that Harrison had called on the previous evening as he moved home through Ebrington, at the house of one Daniel. The hour is not given, but Harrison certainly disappeared when just beyond Ebrington, within less than a mile from Campden. Edward and Perry next heard that a poor woman had picked up on the highway beyond Ebrington, near some whins or furs, a hat, band, and comb, which were Harrison's. They were found within about a half-mile of his own house. The band was bloody, the hat and comb were hacked and cut. Please observe the precise words of Sir Thomas Overbury, the justice who took the preliminary examinations. The hat and comb being hacked and cut, and the band bloody, but nothing more could there be found. Therefore the hat and comb were not on Harrison's head when they were hacked and cut, otherwise they must have been blood-stained. The band worn about the throat was bloody, but there was no trace of blood on the road. This passage contains the key to the puzzle. On hearing of the discovery of these objects, all the people rushed to hunt for Harrison's corpse, which they did not find. An old man like Harrison was not likely to stay at Charingworth very late, but it seems that whatever occurred on the highway happened after twilight. Suspicion fell upon John Perry, who was hailed before the narrator. Sir Thomas Overbury, J.P. Perry, said that after starting for Charingworth to seek his master on the previous evening about 8:45 p.m., he met by the way William Reed of Campden, and explained to him that as he was timid in the dark, he would go back and take Edward Harrison's horse and return. Perry did as he had said, and Reed left him at Mr. Harrison's court gate. Perry dallied there till one Pierce came past, and with Pierce, he did not say why, he went a bow's shot into the fields, and so back once more to Harrison's gate. He now lay for an hour in a hen-house. He rose at midnight, and again the moon having now risen and dispelled his fears, he started for Charingworth. He lost his way in a mist, slept by the roadside, proceeded in the dawn to Charingworth, and found that Harrison had been there on the previous day. Then he came back and met Edward Harrison on his way to seek his father at Charingworth. Perry's story is like a tale told by an idiot, but Reed, Pierce, and 2 men at Charingworth corroborated as far as their knowledge went. Certainly, Perry had been in company with Reed and Pierce, say between 9 and 10 on the previous night. Now, if evil had befallen Harrison, it must have been before 10 at night. He would not stay so late, if sober, at Charingworth. Was he usually sober? The cool way in which his wife and son took his absence suggests that he was a late-wandering old boy. They may have expected Perry to find him in his cups and tuck him up comfortably at Charingworth or at Ebrington. Till August 24, Perry was detained in prison, or, odd to say, at the inn. He told various tales. A tinker or a servant had murdered his master and hidden him in a beanrick, where, on search being made, non est inventus. Harrison and the rents he had collected were vanished in the azure. Perry now declared that he would tell all to Overbury, and to no other man. To him, Perry averred that his mother and brother, Joan and Richard Perry, had murdered Harrison. It was his brother who, by John Perry's advice and connivance, had robbed the house in the previous year, while John had a halibi, being at church. The brother said John buried the money in the garden. It was sought for, but was not found. His story of the 2 men in white, who had previously attacked him in the garden, was a lie, he said. I may add that it was not the lie of a sane man. Perry was conspicuously crazy. He went on with his fables. His mother and brother, he declared, had often asked him to tell them when his master went to collect rents. He had done so after Harrison started for Charingworth on the morning of August 16. John Perry next gave an account of his expedition with his brother in the evening of the fatal day, an account which was incompatible with his previous tale of his doings, and with the authentic evidence of Reed and Pierce. Their honest version destroyed Perry's new falsehood. He declared that Richard Perry and he had dogged Harrison as he came home at night into Lady Campton's grounds. Harrison had used a key to the private gate. Richard followed him into the grounds. John Perry, after a brief stroll, joined him there and found his mother. How did she come thither? And Richard standing over the prostrate Harrison, whom Richard incontinently strangled. They seized Harrison's money and meant to put his body in the great sink by Wallington's mill. John Perry left them, and knew not whether the body was actually thrown into the sink. In fact, non est inventus, in the sink, any more than in the beanrick. John next introduced his meeting with Pierce, but quite forgot that he had also met Reed, and did not account for that part of his first story, which Reed and Pierce had both corroborated. The hat, comb, and band John said that he himself had carried away from Harrison's body, had cut them with his knife, and thrown them into the highway. Whence the blood on the band came, he neglected to say. On the strength of this impossible farrago of insane falsehoods, Joan and Richard Perry were arrested and brought before Overbury. Not only the sink, but the Campton fish pools and the ruinous parts of the house were vainly searched in quest of Harrison's body. On August 25, the 3 Perrys were examined by Overbury, and Richard and the mother denied all that John laid to their charge. John persisted in his story, and Richard admitted that he and John had spoken together on the morning of the day when Harrison vanished, but nothing passed between them to that purpose. As the 3 were being brought back from Overbury's house to Campton, an unfortunate thing happened. John was going foremost when Richard, a good way behind, dropped a ball of inkle from his pocket. One of his guards picked it up, and Richard said that it was only his wife's hair lace. At one end, however, was a slipknot. The finder took it to John, who, being a good way in front, had not seen his brother drop it. On being shown the string, John shook his head and said to his sorrow he knew it, for that was the string his brother strangled his master with. To this circumstance John swore at the ensuing trial. The assizes were held in September, and the Perrys were indicted both for the robbery in 1659 and the murder in 1660. They pleaded guilty to the first charge, as someone in court whispered to them to do, for the crime was covered by the Act of Pardon and oblivion passed by Charles II at his happy restoration. If they were innocent of the robbery, as probably they were, they acted foolishly in pleading guilty. We hear of no evidence against them for the robbery except John's confession, which was evidence perhaps against John, but was none against them. They thus damaged their case, for if they were really guilty of the robbery from Harrison's house, they were the most likely people in the neighborhood to have robbed him again and murdered him. Very probably they tied the rope round their own necks by taking advantage of the good king's indemnity. They later withdrew their confession and probably were innocent of the theft in 1659. Transcriber's note, original has 1559. On the charge of murder, they were not tried in September. Sir Christopher Turner would not proceed, because the body of Harrison was not found. There was no corpus delicti, no evidence that Harrison was really dead. Meanwhile, John Perry, as if to demonstrate his lunacy, declared that his mother and brother had tried to poison him in prison. At the spring assizes in 1661, Sir B. Hyde, less legal than Sir Christopher Turner, did try the Perrys on the charge of murder. How he could do this does not appear, for the account of the trial is not in the record house, and I am unable at present to trace it. In the Arminian magazine, John Wesley publishes a story of a man who was hanged for murdering another man, whom he afterwards met in one of the Spanish colonies of South America. I shall not here interrupt the tale of the Perrys by explaining how a hanged man met a murdered man, but the anecdote proves that to inflict capital punishment for murder without proof that the murder has been committed is not only an illegal but an injudicious proceeding. Probably it was assumed that Harrison, if alive, would have given signs of life in the course of 9 or 10 months. At the trial in spring, all 3 Perrys pleaded not guilty, John's confession being proved against him. He told them he was then mad and knew not what he had said. There must have been some evidence against Richard. He declared that his brother had accused others besides him. Being asked to prove this, he answered that most of those that had given evidence against him knew it, but named none. So evidence had been given, perhaps to the effect that Richard had been flush of money, but by whom and to what effect we do not know. The Perrys were probably not of the best repute. The mother, Joan, was supposed to be a witch. This charge was seldom brought against popular, well-living people. How intense was the fear of witches at that date we know from the stories and accounts of trials in Glanville's Catechismus Triumphatus. The neighbors probably held that Joan Perry would, as a witch, be none the waur of a hanging. She was put to death first under the belief that any hypnotic or other unholy influence of hers which prevented her sons from confessing would be destroyed by her death. We are not aware that post-hypnotic suggestion is removed by the death of the suggester. The experiment has not been tried. The experiment failed in Joan's case. Poor Richard, who was hanged next, could not induce the dogged and surly John to clear his character by a dying declaration. Such declarations were then held irrefragable evidence, at least in Scotland, except when, as in the case of George Sprott hanged for the Gowrie conspiracy, it did not suit the Presbyterians to believe the dying man. When John was being turned off, he said that he knew nothing of his master's death nor what was become of him, but they might hereafter possibly hear. Did John know something? It would not surprise me if he had an inkling of the real state of the case. Two. They did hear, but what they heard, and what I have now to tell, was perfectly incredible. When some years, 2 apparently, had passed, Will Harrison, gentleman like the 3 silly ewes in the folk rhyme, came hirpling hame. Where had the old man been? He explained in a letter to Sir Thomas Overbury, but his tale is as hard to believe as that of John Perry. He states that he left his house in the afternoon, not the morning, of Thursday, August 16, 1660. He went to Charingworth to collect rents, but Lady Campton's tenants were all out harvesting. August seems an odd month for rent collecting when one thinks of it. They came home late, which delayed Harrison till the close of the evening. He only received £23, which John Perry said, at his first examination in 1660, had been paid by one Edward Plaister, and Plaister corroborated. Harrison then walked homeward in the dusk probably, and, near Ebrington, where the road was narrow and bordered by winds, there he met one horseman who said, "Art thou there?" Afraid of being ridden over, Harrison struck the horse on the nose, and the rider with a sword struck at him and stabbed him in the side. It was at this point of the road, where the winds grew, that the cut hat and bloody band were found, but a thrust in the side would not make a neckband bloody. 2 other horsemen here came up. One of them wounded Harrison in the thigh. They did not now take his 23 pounds, but placed him behind one of them on the horseback, handcuffed him, and threw a great cloak over him. Now, is it likely that highwaymen would carry handcuffs which closed, says Harrison, with a spring and a snap? The story is pure fiction, and bad at that. Suppose that kidnapping, not robbery, was the motive which would account for the handcuffs. What had any mortal to gain by kidnapping? For the purpose of selling him into slavery, a gentleman of 70 years of age? In the night they took Harrison's money, and tumbled me down a stone pit. In an hour they dragged him out again, and he naturally asked what they wanted with him, as they had his money already. One of these miscreants wounded Harrison again, and stuffed his pockets full of a great quantity of money. If they had a great quantity of money, what did they want with 23 pounds? We hear of no other robberies in the neighborhood, of which misdeeds the money might have been the profits. And why must Harrison carry the money? It has been suggested that, to win popular favor, they represented themselves as smugglers, and Harrison, with the money, as their gallant purser, wounded in some heroic adventure. They next rode till late on August 17, and then put Harrison down, bleeding and sorely bruised with the carriage of the money, at a lonely house. Here they gave their victim broth and brandy. On Saturday they rode all day to a house where they slept, and on Sunday they brought Harrison to Deal, and laid him down on the ground. This was about 3 in the afternoon. Had they wanted to make for the sea, they would naturally have gone to the west coast. While one fellow watched Harrison, 2 met a man, and I heard them mention 7 pounds. The man to whom 7 pounds were mentioned, Renshaw was his name, as Harrison afterwards heard, said that he thought Harrison would die before he could be put on board a ship. Que diable allait-il faire dans cette galerie? Harrison was, however, put on board a casual vessel, and remained in the ship for 6 weeks. Where was the land to which the ship would go? Far, far ahead, as all the sailors know. Harrison does not say into what foam of perilous seas and fairy lands forlorn the ship went wandering for 6 mortal weeks. Like Lord Bateman, he sailed east, and he sailed west, until he came to famed Turkey, where he was taken and put in prison, till of his life he was weary. Then the master of the ship came and told me, and the rest who were in the same condition, that he discovered 3 Turkish ships, the rest who were in the same condition. We are to understand that a whole cargo of Harrisons was kidnapped and consigned captive to a vessel launched on ocean, on the off chance that the captain might meet 3 Turkish rovers who would snap them up. At this rate of carrying on, there must have been disappearances as strange as Harrison's from dozens of English parishes in August 1660. Had a crew of kidnappers been taking captives for purposes of private fiscal policy, they would have shipped them to the Virginian plantations, where Turkish galleys did not venture, and they would not have kidnapped men of 70. Moreover, kidnappers would not damage their captives by stabbing them in the side and thigh when no resistance was made, as was done to Harrison. The rest who were in the same condition were dumped down near Smyrna, where the valuable Harrison was sold to a grave physician. This Turkey was 87 years of age and preferred Crowland in Lincolnshire before all other places in England. No inquiries are known to have been made about a Turkish medical man who once practiced at Crowland in Lincolnshire, though, if he ever did, he was likely to be remembered in the district. This Turkey employed Harrison in the still room and as a hand in the cotton fields, where he once knocked his slave down with his fist, pretty well for a Turk of 87. He also gave Harrison, whom he usually employed in the chemical department of his business, a silver bowl, double gilt, to drink in, and named him Bull, his way of pronouncing bull. No doubt he had acquired a Lincolnshire accent. This Turk fell ill on a Thursday and died on a Saturday, when Harrison tramped to the nearest port, bowl and all. 2 men in a Hamburg ship refused to give him a passage, but a third, for the price of his silver gilt bowl, let him come aboard. Harrison was landed without even his bowl at Lisbon, where he instantly met a man from Wisbech in Lincolnshire. This good Samaritan gave Harrison wine, strong waters, 8 stivers, and his passage to Dover, whence he came back to Campden, much to the amazement of mankind. We do not hear the names of the ship and skipper that brought Harrison from Lisbon to Dover. Renshaw, the man to whom £7 were mentioned, is the only person named in this delirious tissue of nonsense. The editor of our pamphlet says, "Many question the truth of this account Mr. Harrison gives of himself and his transportation, believing he was never out of England. I do not wonder at their skepticism. Harrison had all his days been a man of sober life and conversation, we are told, and the odd thing is that he left behind him a considerable sum of his lady's money in his house. He did not see any of the Perrys on the night of his disappearance." The editor admits that Harrison, as an article of merchandise, was not worth his freight to Deal, still less to Smyrna. His son, in his absence, became Lady Campden's steward, and behaved but ill in that situation. Some suspected that this son arranged the kidnapping of Harrison, but if so, why did he secure the hanging of John Perry in chains on Broadway Hill, where we might daily see him? That might be a blind, but young Harrison could not expect John Perry to assist him by accusing himself and his brother and mother, which was the most unlooked-for event in the world. Nor could he know that his father would come home from Charingworth on August 16, 1660, in the dark, and so arrange for 3 horsemen in possession of a heavy weight of specie to stab and carry off the aged sire. Young Harrison had not a great fardel of money to give them, and if they were already so rich, what had they to gain by taking Harrison to Deal, and putting him, with others in the same condition, on board a casual ship? They could have left him in the stone pit. He knew not who they were, and the longer they rode by daylight with a hatless, handcuffed, and sorely wounded prisoner, his pockets overburdened with gold, the more risk of detection they ran. A company of 3 men ride in broad daylight through England from Gloucestershire to Deal. Behind one of them sits a wounded and hatless and handcuffed captive, his pockets bulging with money. Nobody suspects anything. No one calls the attention of a magistrate to this extraordinary démarche. It is too absurd. The story told by Harrison is conspicuously and childishly false. At every baiting place, at every inn, these weird riders must have been challenged. If Harrison told truth, he must have named the ship and skipper that brought him to Dover. Dismissing Harrison's myth, we ask, what could account for his disappearance? He certainly walked on the evening of August 16 to within about a mile of his house. He would not have done that had he been bent on a senile amour involving his absence from home, and had that scheme of pleasure been in his mind, he would have provided himself with money. Again, a fit of ambulatory somnambulism and the emergence of a split or secondary personality with forgetfulness of his real name and address is not likely to have seized on him in that very moment and place. If it did, as there were no railways, he could not rush off in a crowd and pass unnoticed through the country. Once more, the theory of ambulatory somnambulism does not account for his hacked hat and bloody band found near the Winds on the road behind Ebrington. Nor does his own story account for them. He was stabbed in the side and thigh, he says. This would not cut his hat or ensanguine his band. On the other hand, he would leave pools and tracks of blood on the road, the highway. But nothing more could there be found, no pools or traces of blood on the road. It follows that the hacked hat and bloody band were a designed false trail, not left there by John Perry, as he falsely swore, but by some other persons. The inference is that for some reason Harrison's presence at Campden was inconvenient to somebody. He had lived through most troubled times, and had come into a changed state of affairs with new masters. He knew some secret of the troubled times. He was a witness better out of the way. He may conceivably have held a secret that bore on the case of one of the regicides, or that affected private interests, for he was the trusted servant of a great family. He was therefore spirited away, a trail certainly false, the cut hat and bloody band was laid. By an amazing coincidence, his servant, John Perry, went more or less mad, He was not sane on the evening of Thursday, August 16, and accused himself, his brother, and mother. Harrison was probably never far from Campden during the 2 or 3 years of his disappearance. It was obviously made worth his while to tell his absurd story on his return, and to accept the situation. No other hypothesis colligates the facts. What Harrison knew, why his absence was essential, we cannot hope to discover, but he never was a captive in famed Turkey. Mr. Paget writes, "It is impossible to assign a sufficient motive for kidnapping the old man. Much profit was not likely to arise from the sale of the old man as a slave." Obviously there was no profit, especially as the old man was delivered in a wounded and imperfect condition. But a motive for keeping Harrison out of the way is only hard to seek because we do not know the private history of his neighbors. Roundheads among them may have had excellent reasons under the Restoration for sequestering Harrison till the revenges of the Restoration were accomplished. On this view, the mystery almost ceases to be mysterious, for such mad self-accusations as that of John Perry are not uncommon. Footnote 7. Not only have I failed to trace the records of the assize at which the Perrys were tried, but the newspapers of 1660 seem to contain no account of the trial, as they do in the case of the drummer of Tedworth, 1663. And Miss E. M. Thompson, who kindly undertook the search, has not even found a ballad or broadside on the Campden Wonder in the British Museum. The pamphlet of 1676 has frequently been republished in whole or in part, as in State Trials, Volume 14, in appendix to the case of Captain Green, which, see infra, page 193, et seq. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Sissyneck.
Chapter 4 of Historical Mysteries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. Historical Mysteries by Andrew Lang. Chapter 4. The Case of Alan Breck. Who killed the Red Fox? What was the secret that the Celts would not communicate to Mr. R. L. Stevenson when he was writing Kidnapped? Like William of de Lorraine, I know but may not tell. At least I know all that the Celt knows. The great-grandfather and grandfather of a friend of mine were in with James Stewart of the Glens, the victim of Hanoverian injustice, in a potato field near the road from Ballachulish ferry to Appin, when they heard a horse galloping at a breakneck pace. "Whoever the rider is," said poor James, "he is not riding his own horse." The galloper shouted, "Glenure has been shot." "Well," said James to his companion, "whoever did it, I am the man that will hang for it." Hanged he was. The pit in which his gibbet stood is on the crest of a circular knowe, or hummock, on the east side of the Ballachulish Hotel, overlooking the ferry across the Narrows, where the tide runs like a great swift river. I have had the secret from 2 sources, the secret which I may not tell. One informant received it from his brother, who, when he came to man's estate, was taken apart by his uncle. "You are old enough to know now," said that kinsman, "and I tell you that it may not be forgotten. The gist of the secret is merely that one might gather from the report of the trial that though Alan Breck was concerned in the murder of Campbell of Glenure, he was not alone in it. The truth is, according to tradition, that as Glenure rode on the fatal day from Fort William to his home in Appin, the way was lined with marksmen of the Camerons of Lochaber, lurking with their guns among the brushwood and behind the rocks. But their hearts failed them, no trigger was drawn, and when Glenure landed on the Appin side of the Ballachulish ferry, he said, "I am safe now that I am out of my mother's country," his mother having been of the clan Cameron. But he had to reckon with the man with the gun, who was lurking in the woods of Letter Moor, the great hanging coppice, about 3/4 of a mile on the Appin side of Ballachulish ferry. The gun was not one of the 2 dilapidated pieces shown at the trial of James of the Glens, nor, am I told, was it the fascination gun. The real homicidal gun was found some years ago in a hollow tree. People remember these things well in Appin and Glencoe, though the affair is 150 years old, and though there are daily steamers bringing the newspapers. There is even a railway, not remarkable for speed, while tourists, English, French, and American, are forever passing the view to Glencoe and to write their names in the hotel book after luncheon, then flying to other scenes. There has even been a strike of long duration at the Ballachulish quarries, and labour leaders have perorated to the Celts. But Gaelic is still spoken, second sight is nearly as common as short sight. You may really hear the fairy music if you bend your ear, on a still day, to the grass of the fairy knowe. Only 2 generations back a fairy boy lived in a now ruinous house, noted in the story of the massacre of Glencoe, beside the brawling river, and a woman, stolen by the fairies, returned for an hour to her husband, who became very unpopular, as he neglected the means for her rescue. I think he failed to throw a dirk over her shoulder. Every now and then mysterious lights may be seen, even by the Sassenach, speeding down the road to Callart, on the opposite side of the narrow sea loch, ascending the mountain and running down into the salt water. The causes of these lights and of the lights on the burial isle of St. Munn, in the middle of the sea strait, remain a mystery. Thus the country is still a country of prehistoric beliefs and of fairly accurate traditions. For example, at the trial of James Stewart for the murder of Glenure, one MacCall gave damaging evidence, the MacCalls being a sept subordinate to the MacIans or MacDonalds of Glencoe, who, by the way, had no hand in the murder. Till recently these MacCalls were still disliked for the part played by the witness, and were named King George's MacCalls. But we must come to the case of Alan Breck. To understand it, some knowledge of topography is necessary. Leaving Oban by steamer, you keep on the inside of the long, narrow island of Lismore, and reach the narrow sea inlet of Loch Craren on your right. The steamer does not enter it, but, taking a launch or a boat, you go down Loch Craren. On your left is the peninsula of Appin. Its famous green hills occupy the space bounded by Loch Craren on the south and Glencoe on the north. Landing near the head of Loch Craren, a walk of 2 miles takes you to the old house of Fascination, where Alan Breck was wont to stay. Till 2 or 3 years ago it belonged to the stewards of Fascination, cadets of the chief, the Laird of Appin. All Appin was a Stuart country, and loyal to the king over the water, their kinsman. About a mile from Fascination, further inland, is the rather gloomy house of Glenure, the property of Campbell of Glenure, the Red Fox, who was shot on the road under Lettermore. Walking across the peninsula to Appin House, you pass Acharn in Dorrar, the farm of James Stewart of the Glens, himself an illegitimate kinsman of the Laird of Appin. To the best of my memory, the cottage is still standing and has a new roof of corrugated iron. It is an ordinary Highland cottage, and Alan, when he stayed with James, his kinsman and guardian, slept in the barn. Appin House is a large plain country house, close to the sea. Further northeast, the house of Ardshiel, standing high above the sea, is visible from the steamer going to Fort William. At Ardshiel, Rob Roy fought a sword and target duel with the Laird, and Ardshiel led the Stuarts in the Rising of 1745. Appin, the chief, held aloof. The next place of importance is Ballachulish House, also an old house of Stewart of Ballachulish. It is on the right hand of the road from Ballachulish Pier to Glencoe, beneath a steep wooded hill, down which runs the burn where Alan Breck was fishing on the morning of the day of Glenure's murder, done at a point on the road 3/4 of a mile to the southwest of Ballachulish House, where Alan had slept on the previous night. From the house the road passes on the south side of the Salt Loch Leven, not Queen Mary's Loch Leven. Here is Ballachulish Ferry, crossing to Lochaber. Following the road you come opposite the house of Carnock, then possessed by MacDonalds. The house has been pulled down. There is a good recent ghost story about that business. And the road now enters Glencoe. On high hills, well to the left of the road and above Loch Leven, are Corrynackey and Coliscone, the ferry of the dogs, overtopping the narrows of Loch Leven. Just opposite the house of Carnock, on the Cameron side of Loch Leven, is the house of Callart, Mrs. Cameron, Lucy's. Here and at Carnock, as at Fascination, Acharn, and Ballachulish, Alan Breck was much at home among his cousins. From Loch Leven north to Fort William, with its English garrison, All is a Cameron country. Campbell of Glenure was an outpost of Whiggery and Campbells, in a land of loyal Stuarts, Camerons and Macdonalds, or Mageans of Glencoe. Of the Camerons, the gentle Lochiel had died in France. His son, a boy, was abroad. The interests of the clan were represented by Cameron of Fascination, Lochiel's uncle, living a few miles west by north of Fort William. Fascination, a well-educated man and burgess of Glasgow, had not also been out with Prince Charles, but, for reasons into which I would rather not enter, was not well trusted by the government. Ardshiel also was in exile, and his tenants, under James Stewart of the Glens, loyally paid rent to him as well as to the commissioners of his forfeited estates. The country was seething with feuds among the Camerons themselves, due to the plundering by Blank of the treasure left by Prince Charles in the hands of Cluny. The state of affairs was such that the English commander in Fort William declared that if known, it would shock even Lochaber consciences. A great ox hath trodden on my tongue as to this business. Despite the robbery of Prince Charles's gold, deep poverty prevailed. In February 1749, Campbell of Glenure had been appointed factor for government over the forfeited estates of Ardshiel, previously managed by James Stewart of the Glens, of Lochiel, and of Callert. In the summer of 1751, Glenure evicted James from a farm, and in April 1752 took measures for evicting other farmers on Ardshiel estates. Such measures were almost unheard of in the country, and had, years before, caused some agrarian outrages among Gordons and Camerons. These were appeased by the king over the water, James VIII and III. James Stewart, in April 1752, went to Edinburgh and obtained a legal cist, or suspension of the evictions, against Glenure, which was withdrawn on Glenure's application, who came home from Edinburgh and intended to turn the tenants out on May 15, 1752. They were assailed merely as of Jacobite name and tendencies. Meanwhile, Alan Breck, who had deserted the Hanoverian army after Prestonpans, had joined Prince Charles, fought at Culloden, escaped to France, and entered the French army, was lodging about Appian among his cousins, perhaps doing a little recruiting for King Louis. He was a tall, thin man, marked with smallpox. Cruising about the country also was another Jacobite soldier, the Sergeant Moore, a Cameron, later betrayed by Blank of Blank, who robbed the prince's hoard of gold. But the Sergeant Moore had nothing to do, as has been fancied, with the murder of Glenure. The state of the country was ticklish. Prince Charles expected to invade with Swedish forces under the famous Marshal Keith, by the connivance of Frederick the Great, and he had sent to Lochgarry Dr. Archibald Cameron and others to feel the pulse of the western clans. As government knew all about these intrigues from Pickle the spy, they were evicting Jacobite tenants from Ardshiel's lands, and meant to do the same by agency of Campbell of Glenure in Lochaber, Lochiel's country. On Monday, May 11th, Campbell, who intended to do the evictions on May 15th, left Glenure for Fort William on business. The distance is computed at 16 miles by the Old Hill Road. Alan Breck, on the 11th, was staying at Fascination, near Glenure, where the fishing is very good. When Glenure moved north to Fort William, Alan went to James Stewart's college of Ardsharn. Glenure's move was talked of, and that evening Alan changed his own blue coat, scarlet vest, and black velvet breeches for a dark short coat with silver buttons, a blue bonnet, and trousers. The Highlanders had been diskilted, all belonging to James Stewart. He usually did make these changes when residing with friends. In these clothes next day, Tuesday, May 12th, Alan, with young Fascination, walked to the Carnock, the house of MacDonald of Glencoe, situated just where the water of Coe or Cona enters Loch Leven. The dowager of the house was natural sister of James of the Glens, and full sister of the exiled Stewart of Ardshiel. From Carnock, Alan, on the same day, crossed the sea straight to Callert opposite, where Mrs. Cameron was another half-sister to James of the Glens. On Wednesday, Alan recrossed, called at Carnock, and went to stay at Ballachulich House. On Thursday, when Glenure would certainly return home by Ballachulich ferry, Alan, about midday, was seen to go fishing up Ballachulich burn, where he caught no trout, and I do not wonder at it. The theory of the prosecution was that, from the high ground to the left of the burn, he watched the ferry, having 1 or 2 guns, though how he got them unobserved to the place is the difficulty. He could not have walked the roads from Archarn unobserved with a gun, for the Highlanders had been disarmed. At this point he must have had the assistance and the gun of the other man. Allen came down from the hill, asked the ferryman if Glenure had crossed, and returned to his point of observation. About 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Glenure, with a nephew of his, Mungo Campbell, a writer or solicitor, crossed the ferry and was greeted and accompanied for 3/4 of a mile on his homeward way by old Stewart of Ballachulish, who turned back and went to his house. A sheriff's officer walked ahead of Glenure, who, like Mungo, was mounted. Behind both, mounted, was Campbell's servant John Mackenzie. The old road was and is a rough track through thick coppice. There came a shot, and Glenure, pierced by 2 balls, fell and died. John Mackenzie, Glenure's servant, now rode onwards at a great gallop to find Campbell of Ballyvolan, and on his way came to Archarn and met James Stewart with the 2 ancestors of my friend, as already described. He gave the news to James, who wrung his hands and expressed great concern at what had happened, as what might bring innocent people to trouble. In fact, he had once, or oftener, when drinking, expressed a desire to have a shot at Glenure, and so had Allen. But James was a worthy, sensible man when sober, and must have known that while he could not frighten the commissioners of forfeited estates by shooting their agent, he was certain to be suspected if their agent was shot. As a matter of fact, as we shall see, he had taken active steps to secure the presence of a Fort William solicitor at the evictions on Friday, May 15th, to put in a legal protest. But he thought it unadvisable to walk 3 or 4 miles and look after Glenure's corpse. The Highlanders to this day have a strong dread or dislike of corpses. That night James bade his people to hide his arms, 4 swords, a long Spanish gun, and a shorter gun, neither of which weapons, in fact, did the trick, nor could be depended on not to misfire. Where, meanwhile, was Allen? In the dusk above Ballachulish House he was seen by Kate McInnes, a maid of the house. They talked of the murder, and she told Donald Stewart, a very young man, son-in-law of Ballachulish, where Allen was out on the hillside. Donald Stewart averred that, on hearing from Kate that Allen wanted to see him, Kate denied that she said this, he went to the hill, accused Allen of the crime, and was told in reply that Allen was innocent, though as a deserter from the Hanoverian army, and likely to be suspected, he must flee the country. Other talk passed, to which we shall return. At 3 in the morning of Friday, May 15th, Allen knocked at the window of Carnock House, Glencoe's, passed the news, was asked no questions, refused a drink, and made for the shieling, or summer hut, high on the hill of Colisnoacon, whence you look down on the narrows of Loch Leven. There we leave Allen for the moment, merely remarking that he had no money, no means of making his escape, as he is supposed by the prosecution to have planned the slaying of Glenure with James Stewart on May 11th. It seems plain that James would then have given him money to use in his escape, or, if he had no money by him, would have sent at once to Fort William or elsewhere to raise it. He did not do this, and neither at Carnock, Callert, or Ballachulish House did Allen receive any money. But on May 12th, when Allen went to Carnock and Callert, James sent a servant to a very old Mr. Stewart, father of Charles Stewart, notary public. The father was a notary also, and James, who wanted a man of law to be at the evictions on May 15th, and thought that Charles Stewart was absent in Moidart, conceived that the old gentleman would serve the turn. But his messenger missed the venerable sportsman who had gone a-fishing. Learning later that Charles had returned from Moidart, James at 8 a.m. on May 14th, the day of the murder, sent a servant to Charles at Fort William, bidding him to come to the evictions on May 15th, as everything must go wrong without a person that can act, and that I can trust. In a postscript he added, "As I have no time to write to William Stewart, let him send down immediately 8L to pay for 4 milk cows I bought for his wife at Ardshiel." His messenger had also orders to ask William Stewart for the money. Nothing could seem more harmless, but the prosecution might have argued that this letter was, as to the coming of the notary, a blind, and that the real object was, under the plea of sending for the notary, to send the messenger for William Stewart's 8L, destined to aid Allen in his escape. There is no proof or even suggestion that, on May 12th, James had asked old Mr. Stewart to send money for Allen's use, or had asked William Stewart, as having none by him he would have done. That is, if James had concerted the murder with Allen. If, on May 14th, James was trying to raise money to help a man who, as he knew, would need it after committing a murder on that day, he showed strange want of foresight. He might not get the money, or might not be able to send it to Allen. In fact, that day James did not get the money. The prosecution argued that the money was sent for on May 14th to help Allen Breck, and did not even try to show that James had sent for the money on May 12th, when it would have arrived in good time. Indeed, James did not, on May 12th, send any message to William Stewart at Fort William, from whom, not from Charles or the old gentleman, he tried to raise the cash on May 14th. A friendly or just jury would have noted that if James planned a murder on the night of May 11th and had no money, his very first move on May 12th would be to try to raise the money for the assassin's escape. No mortal would put off that step till the morning of the crime. Indeed, it is amazing that Allen, if he meant to do the deed, did not first try to obtain cash for his escape. The relations of Glenure suspected at the time that Allen was not the assassin, that he fled merely to draw suspicion away from the real criminal, as he does in Kidnapped, and they even wished to advertise a pardon for him if he would come in and give evidence. These facts occur in a copious unpublished correspondence of the day between Glenure's brothers and kinsmen. Mr. Stevenson had never heard of these letters. Thus, up to the day of the murder, Allen may not have contemplated it. He may have been induced unprepared to act as accessory to the other man. The point where, according to the prosecution, the evidence pinched James of the Glens was his attempt to raise money on May 14th. What could he want with so large a sum as 8L so suddenly, as he had no bill to meet? Well, as a number of his friends were to be thrown out of their farms with their cattle next day, James might need money for their relief, and it seemed certain that he had made no effort to raise money at the moment when he inevitably must have done so, if guilty that is, on May 12th, immediately after concerting, as was alleged, the plot with Allen Breck. Failing to get money from William Stewart at Fort William on May 14th, James did on May 15th procure a small sum from him or his wife, and did send what he could scrape together to Allen Breck at Colisnacone. This did not necessarily imply guilt on James's part. Allen, whether guilty or not, was in danger as a suspected man and a deserter. James was his father's friend, had been his guardian, and so in honor was bound to help him. But how did he know where Allen was to be found? If both were guilty, they would have arranged, on May 11th, a place where Allen might lurk. If they did arrange that, both were guilty. But Donald Stewart, who went, as we have said, and saw Allen on the hillside on the night of the murder, added to his evidence that Allen had then told him to tell James of the Glens where he may be found, that is, at Colisnacone. These tidings Donald gave to James on the morning of May 15th. James then sent a peddler, Allen's cousin, back to William Stewart, got 3L, added in the evening of the 16th more money of his own, and sent it to Allen. There was a slight discrepancy between the story of the maid, Kate McInnes, and that of Donald Stewart as to what exactly passed between them concerning Allen on the night of the murder, and whether Allen did or did not give her a definite message to Donald. The prosecution insisted on this discrepancy, which really, as James's advocate told the jury, rather went to prove their want of collusion in the manufacture of testimony. Had their memories been absolutely coincident, we might suspect collusion, that they had been coached in their parts. But a discrepancy of absolutely no importance rather suggests independent and honest testimony. If this be so, Allen and James had arranged no trysting place on May 11th, as they must have done if Allen was to murder Glenure and James was to send him money for his escape. But there was a discrepancy of evidence as to the hour when the peddler sent by James to Fort William on May 15th arrived there. Was he dispatched after the hour when Donald Stewart swore that he gave Allen's message to James of the Glens, or earlier, with no knowledge on James's part of the message carried by Donald? We really cannot expect certainty of memory, after 5 months, as to hours of the clock. Also, James did not prove that he sent a message to Allen at Colisnacone, bidding him draw on William Stewart for money. Yet on Friday, May 15th, James did by the peddler bid William Stewart to give Allen credit, and on Saturday, May 16th, Allen did make a pen from a bird's feather, and ink with powder and water, and write a letter for money, on the strength of James's credit, to William Stewart. This is certainly a difficulty for James, since he suggested John Breck McCall, a tenant of Appin's at Colisnacoan, for the intermediary between Allen and William Stewart, and Allen actually did employ this man to carry his letter. But Allen knew this tenant well, as did James, and there was nobody else at that desolate spot, Colisnacoan, whom Allen could employ. So lonely is the country that a few years ago a gentleman of my acquaintance, climbing a rocky cliff, found the bones of a man gnawed by foxes and eagles, a man who never had been missed or inquired after. Remains of pencils and leather shoestrings among the bones proved that the man had been a peddler, like James Stewart's messenger, who had fallen over the precipice in trying to cross from Colisnacoan to the road through Glencoe. But he never was missed, nor is the date of his death known to this day. The evidence of the lonely tenant at Colisnacoan as to his interviews with Allen is familiar to readers of Kidnapped. The tenant had heard of the murder before he saw Allen. 2 poor women who came up from Glencoe told the story, saying that 2 men were seen going from the spot where Glenure was killed, and that Allen Breck was one of them. Thus early does the mysterious figure of the other man haunt the evidence. The tenant's testimony was not regarded as trustworthy by the Stewart party. It tended to prove that Allen expected a change of clothes and money to be sent to him, and he also wrote the letter, with a wood pigeon's quill and powder and water, to William Stewart asking for money. But Allen might do all this relying on his own message sent by Donald Stewart, on the night of the murder, to James of the Glens, and knowing, as he must have done, that William Stewart was James's agent in his large financial operations. On the whole, then, the evidence, even where it pinches James most, is by no means conclusive of proof that on May 11th he had planned the murder with Allen. If so, he must have begun to try to raise money before the very day of the murder. James and his son were arrested on May 16th and taken to Fort William. Scores of other persons were arrested, and the Campbells, to avenge Glenure, made the most minute examinations of hundreds of people. Meanwhile, Allen, having got 5L and his French clothes by the agency of his cousin the peddler, decamped from Colisnacoan in the night, and marched across country to the house of an uncle in Rannoch. Thence he escaped to France, where he was seen in Paris by an informant of Sir Walter Scott's in the dawn of the French Revolution, a tall, thin, quiet old man, wearing the cross of St. Louis, and looking on at a revolutionary procession. The activities of the Campbells are narrated in their numerous unpublished letters. We learn from a nephew of Glenure's that he had been several days ago forewarned, by whom we cannot guess. Tradition tells, as I have said, that he feared danger only in Lochiel country, Lochaber, and thought himself safe in Appin. The warning then probably came from a Cameron in Lochaber, not from a Stewart in Appin. In coincidence with this is a dark, anonymous blackmailing letter to Fascination, as if he had urged the writer to do the deed. You will remember what you proposed on the night that Colochina was buried, betwixt the hill and Colochina. I cannot deny but that I had breathing, a whisper, and not only that, but proposal of the same to myself to do. Therefore you must excuse me when it comes to the push, for telling the thing that happened betwixt you and me that night. If you do not take this to heart, you may let it go as you will. June 6, 1752. Fascination, who had no hand in the murder, let it go, and probably handed the blackmailer's letter over to the Campbells. Later, blank of blank, the blackest villain in the country, offered to the government to accuse Fascination of the murder. The writer of the anonymous letter to Fascination is styled Blarmacphilodich or Blarmacphilodok in the correspondence. I think he was a Mr. Miller employed by Fascination to agitate against Glenure. In the beginning of July, a man suspected of being Allen was arrested at Annan on the border by a sergeant of the Royal Welsh Fusiliers. He really seems to have changed clothes with Allen. At least he wore gay French clothes like Allen's, but he was not that hero. Young Balachulish, at this time, knew that Allen was already crossed the sea. Various guesses occur as to who the other man was. For example, a son of James of the Glens was suspected. So there was another man. The precognitions or private examinations of witnesses before the trial extended to more than 700 persons. It was matter of complaint by the Stewart party that James Drummond's name appeared in the list of witnesses. This is Mr. Stevens's James Moore, really MacGregor, the son of Rob Roy, and father of Katrina, later Mrs. David Balfour of Shaw's, in Kidnapped and Katrina. James Moore's character is reflected upon, and I believe he cannot be called worse than he deserves, says one of the Campbells. He alleges, however, that in April, before the murder, James of the Glens visited James Moore, then a prisoner in Edinburgh Castle, caressed him, and had a private conversation with him. The abject James Moore averred that, in this conversation, James of the Glens proposed that James Moore's brother, Robin Oig, should kill Glenure for money. James Moore was not examined at the trial of James of the Glens, perhaps because he had already escaped, thanks to Katrina and collusion, but his evidence appears to have reached the jury, almost all of them Campbells, who sat in inverare, the Duke of Argyll on the bench, and made no difficulty about finding James of the Glens guilty. To be sure, James, if guilty, was guilty as an accessory to Allen, and that Allen was guilty was not proved. He was not even before the court. It was not proved that the bullets which slew Glenure fitted the bore of James's small gun with which Allen was alleged to have perpetrated the murder, but it was proved that the lock of that gun had only one fault. It missed fire 4 times out of 5, and when the gun did not miss fire, it did not carry straight, missed a black cock sitting. That gun was not the gun used in the murder. The jury had the case for James of the Glens most clearly and convincingly placed before them in the speech of Mr. Brown for the accused. He made, indeed, the very points on which I have insisted. For example, that if James concerted a murder with Allen on May 11th, he would not begin to hunt for money from Allen's escape so late as May 14th, the day of the murder. Again, he proved that without any information from James, Allen would naturally send for money to William Stewart, James's usual source of supply. While at Colisnacone, there was no man to go as messenger except the tenant, John Breck McCall. A few women composed his family, and as John McCall had been the servant of James of the Glens, he was well known already to Allen. In brief, there was literally no proof of concert, and had the case been heard in Edinburgh, not in the heart of Campbell country, by a jury of Campbells, a verdict of not guilty would have been given. Probably the jury would not have even fallen back upon not proven. But moved by clan hatred and political hatred, the jury on September 24th found a verdict against James of the Glens, who, in a touching brief speech, solemnly asserted his innocence before God and chiefly regretted that after ages should think me guilty of such a horrid and barbarous murder. He was duly hanged and left hanging on the little knoll above Sea Ferry, close to the Ballachulish Hotel. And the other man? Tradition avers that on the day of the execution he wished to give himself up to justice, though his kinsman told him that he could not save James and would merely share his fate. But nevertheless he struggled so violently that his people mastered and bound him with ropes and laid him in a room still existing. Finally, it is said that strange noises and knockings are still heard in that place, a mysterious survival of strong human passions attested in other cases, as on the supposed site of the murder of James I of Scotland in Perth. Do I believe in this identification of the other man? I have marked every trace of him in the documents, published or unpublished, and I remain in doubt. But if Allen had an accessory to the crime who was seen at the place, an accomplice who, for example, supplied the gun, perhaps fired the shot, while Allen fled to distract suspicion, that accessory was probably the person named by legend. Though he was certainly under suspicion, so were scores of other people. The crime does not seem to me to have been the result of a conspiracy in Appin, but the act of one hot-headed man or of 2 hot-headed men. I hope I have kept the Celtic secret, and I defy anyone to discover the other man by aid of this narrative. That James would have been quite safe with an Edinburgh jury was proved by the almost contemporary case of the murder of the English Sergeant Davies. He was shot on the hillside, and the evidence against the assassins was quite strong enough to convict them. But some of the Highland witnesses averred that the phantasm of the sergeant had appeared to them, and given information against the criminals, and though there was testimony independent of the ghosts, his interference threw ridicule over the affair. Moreover, the Edinburgh jury was in sympathy with Mr. Lockhart, the Jacobite advocate who defended the accused. Though undeniably guilty, they were acquitted. Much more would James of the Glens have obtained a favourable verdict. He was practically murdered under forms of law, and what was thought of the Duke of Argyll's conduct on the bench is familiar to readers of Kidnapped. I have never seen a copy of the pamphlet put forth after the hanging by the Stuart party, and only know it through a reply in the Campbell MSS. The tragedy remains as fresh in the memories of the people of Appin and Lochaber as if it were an affair of yesterday. The reason is that the crime of cowardly assassination was very rare indeed among the Highlanders. Their traditions were favorable to driving krays of cattle and to clan raids and onfalls, but in the wildest regions the traveler was far more safe than on Hounslow or Bagshot heaths, and shooting from behind a wall was regarded as dastardly. End of chapter 4.
Section 5 of Historical Mysteries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Historical Mysteries by Andrew Lang. The Cardinal's Necklace. Oh, Nature and Thackeray, which of you imitated the other? One inevitably thinks of the old question thus travestied when one reads, in the 5th edition, revised and augmented, of Monsieur Funk-Bretagnot's L'Affaire du Collier, the familiar story of Jean de Valois, of Cardinal Rohan, and of the fatal diamond necklace. Jeanne de Valois might have sat, though she probably did not, for Becky Sharp. Her early poverty, her pride in the blood of Valois, recall Becky's youth, and her boasts about the blood of the Montmorencys, Jeanne, and her respectable friends, as Becky had the Sedleys. Like Becky, she imprudently married a heavy, unscrupulous young officer. Her expedients for living on nothing a year were exactly those of Mrs. Rawdon Crawley. Her personal charms, her fluent tongue, her good nature, even, were those of that accomplished lady. Finally, she has her Marquis of Steyne in the wealthy, luxurious Cardinal de Rohan. She robs him to a tune beyond the dreams of Becky, and, incidentally, she drags to the dust the royal head of the fairest and most unhappy of queens. Even now there seems to be people who believe that Marie Antoinette was guilty, that she cajoled the cardinal, and robbed him of the diamonds, fateful as the jewels of Ariaphael. That theory is annihilated by M. Funk-Bretagnot, but the story is so strangely complicated, the astuteness and the credulity of the cardinal are so oddly contrasted, a momentary folly of the queen is so astonishing and fatal, the general mismanagement of the court is so crazy, that, had we lived in Paris at the moment, perhaps we could hardly have believed the queen to be innocent. Even persons greatly prejudiced in her favour might well have been deceived. And the people loveth to think the worst, and is hardly to be moved from that opinion, as was said of the Scottish public at the date of the Gowrie conspiracy, an infidelity of Henri II of France to his wedded wife, Catherine de Medici, and the misplaced affection of Louis XV for Madame du Barry, were the remote but real causes that helped to ruin the House of France. Without the amour of Henri II, there would have been no Jeanne de Valois. Without the hope that Louis XV would stick at nothing to please Madame du Barry, the diamond necklace would never have been woven. Henri II loved, about 1550, a lady named Nicole de Savigny, and by her had a son, Henri de Saint Remy, whom he legitimated. Saint Remy was the great-great-great-great-grandfather of Jeanne de Valois, the flower of minxes. Her father, a ruined man, dwelt in a corner of the family chateau, a predacious, poaching, athletic, broken scion of royalty, who drank and brawled with the peasants, and married his mistress, a servant girl. Jeanne was born at the chateau of Fontetti, near Bar-sur-Aube, on April 22, 1756, and she and her brother and little sister starved in their mouldering tower, kept alive by the charity of the neighbours and of the curé, who begged clothes for these descendants of kings. But their scutcheon was, and Jeanne never forgot the fact, argent. 3 fleurs de lis, or en effets azur. The noblesse of the family was later scrutinized by the famous de Hosier and pronounced authentic. Jeanne, with bare feet and straws in her hair, is said to have herded the cows, a discontented indolent child, often beaten by her peasant mother. When her father had eaten up his last acre, he and the family tramped to Paris in 1760, as Jeanne was then but 4 years old. I doubt if she ever drove the cattle home, as M. Funk Britanno finds recorded in the MSS. of the advocate Target, who defended Jeanne's victim, Cardinal Rohan. The Valois crew lived in a village near Paris. Jeanne's mother turned Jeanne's father out of doors, took a soldier in his place, and sent the child to beg daily in the streets. "Pity a poor orphan of the blood of Valois," she piped. "Alms, in God's name, for 2 orphans of the blood of Valois." When she brought home little she was cruelly flogged, so she says, and occasionally she deviated into the truth. A kind lady, the Marquise de Boullain-Villiers, investigated her story, found it true, and took up the Valois orphans. The wicked mother went back to Bar-sur-Aube, which Jeanne was to dazzle with her opulence, after she got possession of the diamonds. By the age of 21, 1777, Jeanne was a pretty, enchanting girl, with a heart full of greed and envy. 2 years later she and her sister fled from the convent where her protectress had placed them. A merry society convent it was. A Madame de Sermont now gave them shelter at Bar-sur-Aube, and Jeanne married, very disreputably, her heavy admirer, Lamotte, calling himself Count, and to all appearance a stupid young officer of the gendarmerie. The pair lived as such people do, and again made prey of Madame de Boullain-Villiers in 1781 at Strasbourg. The lady was here the guest of the sumptuous, vain, credulous, but honourable Cardinal Rohan, by this time a man of 50, and the fanatical adorer of Cagliostro, with his philosopher's stone, his crystal gazers, his cirices, his Egyptian mysteries, and his powers of healing diseases, and creating diamonds out of nothing. Cagliostro doubtless lowered the cardinal's moral and mental tone, but it does not appear that he had any connection with the great final swindle. In his supernormal gifts and graces the cardinal did steadfastly believe. 10 years earlier, Rohan had blessed Marie Antoinette on her entry into France, and had been ambassador at the court of Maria Theresa, the Empress. A sportsman who once fired off 1,300 cartridges in a day, can this be true? A splendid festive churchman, who bewitched Vienna, and even the Emperor and Countess, by his lavish entertainments. Rohan made himself positively loathed for his corrupting luxury and his wicked wit by the austere Empress. She procured Rohan's recall, and so worked on her daughter, Marie Antoinette, the young Queen of France, that the prelate, though Grand Almoner, was socially boycotted by the court. His letters of piteous appeal to the Queen were not even opened, and his ambitions to sway politics, like a Tencin or a Fleury, were ruined. So here are Rohan, Cagliostro, and Jeanne, all broad acquainted. The cardinal, and this is one of the oddest features in the affair, was to come to believe that Jeanne was the Queen's most intimate friend, and could and would make his fortune with her, while, at the same time, he was actually relieving her by little tips of from 2 to 5 louis. This he was doing even after confiding in Jeanne. He handed to her the diamond necklace for the Queen, and, as he believed, had himself a solitary midnight interview with Her Majesty. If Jeanne was so great with the Queen as Rohan supposed, how could Jeanne also be in need of small charities? Rohan was a man of the world. His incredible credulity seems a fact so impossible to accept that it was not accepted by public opinion. The Queen, people could not but argue, must have taken his enormous gifts, and then robbed and denounced him, with the case before our eyes of Madame Humbert, who swindled scores of hard-headed financiers by the flimsiest fables. We can no longer deem the credulity of the cardinal incredible, even though he displayed on occasion a sharpness almost as miraculous as his stupidity. Rohan conferred a few small favors on John. Her audacity was as great as that of Madame Humbert, and, late in 1781, she established herself both at Paris and in Versailles. This one card in her hand was the blood of the Valois, and for long she could not play it to any purpose. Her claims were too old and musty. If a lady of the name of Stuart were to appear today, able to prove that she was of royal blood, as being descended from Francis, Earl of Bothwell, who used to kidnap James VI., was forfeited, and died in exile about 1620. She could not reasonably expect to be peculiarly cherished and comforted by a royal family. Now Jean's claims were no better, and no nearer, in 1781, than those of our supposed Stuart adventuress in 1904. But John was sanguine. Something must be done, by hook or by crook, for the blood of the Valois. She must fasten on her great relations, the royal family. By 1783, Jeanne was pawning her furniture and dining at the expense of her young admirers or of her servants, for, somehow, they were attached to a mistress who did not pay their wages. She bought goods on her credit as a countess, and sold them on the same day. She fainted in the crowd at Versailles, and Madame Elizabeth sent her a few louis, and had her tiny pension doubled. Jeanne fainted again under the eyes of the Queen, who never noticed her. Her plan was to persuade small suitors that she could get them what they wanted by her backstairs influence with her royal cousin. She had a lover, Retux de Villette, who was an expert forger, and by April 1784, relying on his skill, she began to hint to Rohan that she could win for him the Queen's forgiveness. Her Majesty had seen her faint, and had been full of kindness. Nothing should be refused to the interesting daughter of the Valois. Letters of the Queen to Jeanne, forged by Villette on paper stamped with blue fleurs de lis, were laid before the eyes of the infatuated prelate. Villette later confessed to his forgeries. All confessed. But as all recanted their confessions, this did not impress the public. The letters proved that the Queen was relenting as regarded Rohan. Cagliostro confirmed the fact. At a séance in Rohan's house, he introduced a niece of Jeanne's husband, a girl of 15, who played the part of crystal gazer, and saw, in the crystal, whatever Cagliostro told her to see. All was favourable to the wishes of Rohan, who was as easy of belief as any spiritualist, being entirely dominated by the Neapolitan. Cagliostro, none the less, knew nothing of the great final coup, despite his clairvoyance. So far, in the summer of 1784, the great diamond fraud had not risen into Jeanne's consciousness. Her aim was merely to convince the cardinal that she could win for him the Queen's favour, and then to work upon his gratitude. It was in July 1784 that Jeanne's husband made the acquaintance of Marie Laguet, a pretty and good-humoured but quite unfortunate young woman, the height of honesty and dissoluteness, who might be met in the public gardens, chaperoned solely by a nice little boy. Jeanne de Valois was not of a jealous temperament. Mademoiselle Laguet was the friend of her husband, the tawdry Count. For Jeanne, that was enough. She invited the young lady to her house, and by her royal fantasy created her Baronne Gay d'Oliva Valois, an easy anagram. She presently assured the Baronne that the Queen desired her collaboration in a practical joke. Her Majesty would pay 600 livres for the freak. This is Baronne's own version. Her innocence, she averred, readily believed that Marie Antoinette desired her assistance. You are only asked to give, some evening, a note and a rose to a great lord, in an alley of the gardens of Versailles. My husband will bring you hither to-morrow evening." Jeanne later confessed that the Baronne really quite stupid enough to be quite satisfied that the whole affair was a jest. Judged by their portraits, d'Oliva, who was to personate the Queen in an interview with the Cardinal, was not at all like Marie Antoinette. Her short, round, buxom face bears no resemblance to the long and noble outlines of the features of the Queen, but both women were fair, and of figures not dissimilar. On August 11, 1784, Jeanne dressed up d'Olivia in the chemise or gaule, the very simple white blouse which Marie Antoinette wears in the contemporary portrait by Madame Vigie Lebrun, a portrait exhibited at the Salon of 1783. The ladies, with La Motte, then dined at the best restaurant in Versailles, and went out into the park. The sky was heavy, without moon or starlight, and they walked into the sombre mass of the Grove of Venus, so styled from a statue of the goddess which was never actually placed there. Nothing could be darker than the thicket below the sullen sky. A shadow of a man appeared. "Vous voilà," said the Count, and the shadow departed. It was Villette, the forger of the Queen's letters, the lover and accomplice of Jeanne de Valois. Then the gravel of a path crackled under the feet of three men. One approached, heavily cloaked. d'Oliva was left alone. A rose fell from her hand. She had a letter in her pocket which she forgot to give the cloaked man, who knelt and kissed the skirt of her dress. She murmured something. The cloaked cardinal heard, or thought he heard, her say, "You may hope that the past is forgotten." Another shadow flitted past, whispering, "Quick, quick, come on. Here are Madame and Madame d'Artois." They dispersed. Later the cardinal recognized the whispering shadow that fled by, in Villette, the forger. How could he recognize a fugitive shade vaguely beheld in a dark wood, on a sultry and starless night, if he mistook the girl d'Oliva for the Queen? What is his recognition of the shadow worth? The conspirators had a jolly supper, and one Bugnot, a friend of Jeanne, not conscious of the plot, escorted the Baronne d'Oliva back to her rooms in Paris. The transparent trick was played, and Jeanne could extract from the cardinal what money she wanted, in the name of the Queen that gave him a rose in the Grove of Venus. Letters from the Queen were administered at intervals by Jeanne, and the prelate never dreamed of comparing them with the authentic handwriting of Marie Antoinette. We naturally ask ourselves, was Rohan in love with the daughter of the Valois? Does his passion account for his blindness? Most authors have believed what Jeanne later proclaimed, that she was the cardinal's mistress. This the divine steadily denied. There was no shadow of proof that they were even on familiar terms, except a number of erotic letters, which Jeanne showed to a friend, Bugnot, saying that they were from the cardinal, and then burned. The cardinal believed all things, in short, and verified nothing, in obedience to his dominating idea, the recovery of the Queen's good graces. Meanwhile, Jeanne drew on him for large sums, which the Queen, she said, needed for acts of charity. It was proved that Jeanne instantly invested the money in her own name, bought a large house with another loan, and filled it with splendid furniture. She was as extravagant as she was greedy. Elene appetens su profusa. The cardinal was in Alsace, at his bishopric, when in November-December 1784, Jeanne was brought acquainted with the jewelers, Beaumire and Bessinge, who could not find a customer for their enormous and very hideous necklace of diamonds, left on their hands by the death of Louis XV. The European courts were poor. Marie Antoinette had again and again refused to purchase a bauble like a comforter made of precious stones, or to accept it from the king. "We have more need of a ship of war," she said, and would not buy, though the jeweler fell on his knees, and threatened to drown himself. There were then no American millionaires, and the thickest and ugliest of necklaces was eating its head off, for the stones had been bought with borrowed money. In the jewelers John found new victims. They, too, believed in her credit with the Queen. They, too, asked no questions, and held that she could find them a purchaser. John imposed on them thus. While the cardinal was still in Alsace, he arrived at Paris in January 1785. He learned from Jeanne that the Queen wished him to deal for her with the jewelers. She would pay the price, 60,000 livres, by quarterly installments. The cardinal could believe that the Queen, who, as he supposed, had given him a darkling interview, would entrust him with such a commission for an article which she had notoriously refused. But there is a sane spot in every man's mind, and on examining the necklace, January 24, 1785, he said that it was in very poor taste. However, as the Queen wanted to wear it at a ceremony on February 2, he arranged the terms, and became responsible for the money. His guarantee was a document produced by Jeanne, and signed Marie Antoinette de France, as Cagliostro pointed out to Rohan later. Too late. The Queen could not possibly use this signature. Neither the prelate nor the tradesman saw the manifest absurdity. Rohan carried the necklace to Jeanne, who gave it to the alleged messenger of the Queen. Rohan only saw the silhouette of this man, in a dusky room, through a glass door, but he later declared that in him he recognized the fleeting shade who whispered the warning to fly in the dark grove of Venus. It was Villette, the forger. Naturally people asked, "If you could not tell the Queen from Mademoiselle d'Oliva when you kissed her robe in the grove, how could you recognize, through a dim glass door, the man of whom you had only caught a glimpse as a fleeting shadow? If you are so clever, why, it was the Queen whom you met in the wood. You cannot have been mistaken in her." These obvious arguments told against the Queen as well as against the cardinal. The Queen did not wear the jewels at the feast for which she had wanted them. Strange to say, she never wore them at all, to the surprise of the vendors and of the cardinal. The necklace was, in fact, hastily cut to pieces with a blunt heavy knife, in Jeanne's house. Her husband crossed to England, and sold many stones, and bartered more for all sorts of trinkets, to Gray of New Bond Street, and Jeffreys of Piccadilly. Villette had already been arrested with his pockets full of diamonds, but the luck of the house of Valois, and the astuteness of Jeanne, procured his release. So the diamonds were, in part, dumped down in England. Many were kept by the Lamottes, and Jeanne paid some pressing debts in diamonds. The happy Lamottes, with 6 carriages, a stud of horses, silver plate of great value, and diamonds glittering on many portions of their raiment, now went off to astonish their old friends at Bar-sur-Aube. The inventories of their possessions read like pages out of the Arabian Nights. All went merrily, till a great ecclesiastical feast, among her friends the aristocracy, on August 17, 1785. Jeanne learned that the cardinal had been arrested at Versailles, in full pontificals, when about to celebrate the mass. She rushed from table, fled to Versailles, and burned her papers. She would not fly to England. She hoped to brazen out the affair. The arrest of the cardinal was caused thus. On July 12, 1785, the jeweller Bonmeur went to Versailles with a letter of thanks to the Queen, dictated by Rohan. The date for the payment of the first installment had arrived. Nothing had been paid. A reduction in price had been suggested and accepted. Bonmeur gave the letter of thanks to the Queen, but the Controller General entered, and Bonmeur withdrew, without waiting for a reply. The Queen presently read the letter of thanks, could not understand it, and sent for the jeweller, who had gone home. Marie Antoinette thought he was probably mad, certainly a bore, and burned his note before the eyes of Madame Campan. "Tell the man, when you next see him, that I do not want diamonds, and shall never buy any more." Fatal folly! Had the queen insisted on seeing Boehmer, all would have been cleared up, and her innocence established. Boehmer's note spoke of the recent arrangements, of the jeweller's joy that the greatest of queens possesses the handsomest of necklaces, and Marie Antoinette asked no questions. Jeanne, now August 3, did a great stroke. She told Basenge that the queen's guarantee to the cardinal was a forgery. She calculated that the cardinal, to escape the scandal, would shield her, would sacrifice himself and pay the 6,000 livres. But the jewellers dared not carry the news to the cardinal. They went to Madame Campan, who said that they had been gulled. The queen had never received the jewels. Still, they did not tell the cardinal. Jeanne now sent Villette out of the way, to Geneva, and on August 4 Basenge asked the cardinal whether he was sure that the man who was to carry the jewels to the queen had been honest. A pleasant question! The cardinal kept up his courage. All was well. He could not be mistaken. Jeanne, with cunning audacity, did not fly. She went to her splendid home at Bar-sur-Aube. Villette was already out of reach. D'Oliva, with her latest lover, was packed off to Brussels. There was no proof against Jeanne. Her own flight would have been proof. The cardinal could not denounce her. He had insulted the queen by supposing that she gave him a lonely midnight tryst, a matter of high treason. The cardinal could not speak. He consulted Cagliostro. "The guarantee is forged," said the sage. "The queen could not sign Marie Antoinette de France. Throw yourself at the king's feet, and confess all." The wretched Rohan now compared the queen's forged notes to him with authentic letters of hers in the possession of his family. The forgery was conspicuous, but he did not follow the advice of Cagliostro. On August 12, the queen extracted the whole facts, as far as known to them, from the jewellers. On August 15, the day of the Assumption, when the cardinal was to celebrate, the king asked him, "My cousin, what is this tale of a diamond necklace bought by you in the name of the queen?" The unhappy man, unable to speak coherently, was allowed to write the story, in 15 lines. "How could you believe," asked the queen with angry eyes, "that I, who have not spoken to you for 8 years, entrusted you with this commission?" How indeed could he believe it? He offered to pay for the jewels. The thing might still have been hushed up. The king is blamed, first for publicly arresting Rohan as he did, an enormous scandal; next for handing over the case, for public trial, to the Parliament, the hereditary foes of the court. Forte de Saint Just, one of the bar, cried, "What a triumph for liberal ideas! A cardinal a thief, the queen implicated, mud on the crozier and the sceptre." He had his fill of liberal ideas, for he was guillotined on June 14, 1794. Kings and queens are human beings. They like a fair and open trial. Mary Stuart prayed for it in vain, from the Estates of Scotland, and from Elizabeth. Charles I asked for public trial in vain, from the Estates of Scotland. At the time of the unsolved puzzle of the incident, Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette had the publicity they wanted. To their undoing, the Parliament was to acquit Rohan of the theft of the necklace, a charge which Jeanne tried to support by a subplot of romantic complexity, and that acquittal was just. But nothing was said of the fatal insult which he had dealt to the queen. Villette, who had forged the royal name, was merely exiled, left free to publish fatal calumnies abroad, though high treason, as times went, was about the measure of his crime. Gay d'Oliva, whose personation of the queen also verged on treason, was merely acquitted with a recommendation not to do it again. Pretty, a young mother, and profoundly dissolute, she was the darling of liberal and sensible hearts. Jeanne de Valois, indeed, was whipped and branded, but Jeanne, in public opinion, was the scapegoat of a cruel princess, and all the mud was thrown on the face of the guiltless queen. The friends of Rohan were all the clergy. all the many nobles of his illustrious house, all the courtly foes of the Queen. They began by the basest calumnies the ruin that the people achieved. All the friends of liberal ideas, who soon, like Fortin de Saint Just, had more of liberalism than they liked. These were the results which the king obtained by offering to the cardinal his choice between the royal verdict and that of the public court of justice. Rohan said that, if the king would pronounce him innocent, he would prefer to abide by the royal decision. He was innocent of all but being a presumptuous fool. The king might, even now, have recognized the fact. Mud would have been thrown, but not all the poached filth of the streets of Paris. On the other hand, had Louis withheld the case from public trial, we might still be doubtful of the Queen's innocence. Napoleon acknowledged it. The Queen was innocent, and to make her innocence the more public, she wished the Parliament to be the judge. The result was that she was taken to be guilty. Napoleon thought that the king should have taken the case into his own hand. This might have been wisdom for the day, but not for securing the verdict of posterity. The pyramidal documents of the process, still in existence, demonstrate the guilt of the Lamothes and their accomplices at every step, and prove the stainless character of the Queen. Lamotte could not be caught. He had fled to Edinburgh, where he lived with an aged Italian teacher of languages. This worthy man offered to sell him for 10,000 livres, and a pretty plot was arranged by the French ambassador to drug Lamotte, put him on board a collier at South Shields, and carry him to France. But the old Italian lost heart, and, after getting 1,000 livres out of the French government in advance, deemed it more prudent to share the money with the Count. Perhaps the Count invented the whole stratagem. It was worthy of the husband and pupil of Jeanne de Valois. That poor lady's cause was lost when Villette and Gay d'Oliva were brought back across the frontier, confessed, and corroborated each other's stories. Yet she made a wonderfully good fight, changing her whole defense into another as plausible and futile, before the very eyes of the court, and doing her best to ruin Rohan as a thief, and Cagliostro as the forger of the Queen's guarantee. The bold Neapolitan was acquitted, but compelled to leave the country, and attempt England, where the phlegmatic islanders trusted him no more than they trusted Madame Humbert. We expended our main capital of credulity on Titus Oates and Bedloe, and the warming pan lie. Our imaginative innocence being most accessible in the region of religion, the French are more open to the appeal of romance, and to dissolute honesty in the person of Miss Gay d'Oliva, to injured innocence as represented by Jeanne de Valois. That class of rogues suits a gay people, while we are well mated with such a seductive divine as Dr. Oates. End of section 5.
Chapter 6 of Historical Mysteries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Historical Mysteries by Andrew Lang. Chapter 6. The Mystery of Caspar Hauser, the Child of Europe. The story of Caspar Hauser, a boy, apparently idiotic, who appeared as if from the clouds in Nuremberg, 1828, divided Germany into hostile parties, and caused legal proceedings as late as 1883. Whence this lad came, and what his previous adventures had been, has never been ascertained. His death by a dagger wound in 1833, whether inflicted by his own hand or that of another, deepened the mystery. According to one view, the boy was only a waif and an impostor who had strayed from some peasant home where nobody desired his return. According to the other theory, He was the Crown Prince of Baden, stolen as an infant in the interests of a junior branch of the house, reduced to imbecility by systematic ill-treatment, turned loose on the world at the age of 16, and finally murdered, lest his secret origin might be discovered. I state first the theory of the second party in the dispute, which believed that Caspar was some great one. I employ language as romantic as my vocabulary affords. Darkness in Karlsruhe. 'Tis the high noon of night, October 15, 1812. Hark to the tread of the 12 hours as they pass on the palace clock, and join their comrades that have been. The vast corridors are still. In the shadows lurk two burly minions of ambitious crime, Burckhardt and Sauerbeck. Is that a white, moving shadow which approaches through the gloom? There arises a shriek, a heavy body falls. 'Tis a lackey who has seen and recognized the white lady of the Grand Ducal House that walks before the deaths of princes. Burckhardt and Sauerbeck spurn the inanimate body of the menial witness. The white figure, bearing in her arms a sleeping child, glides to the tapestried wall and vanishes through it into the chamber of the Crown Prince, a babe of 14 days. She returns, carrying another unconscious infant form. She places it in the hands of the ruffian Sauerbeck. She disappears. The miscreant speeds with the child through a postern into the park. You hear the trample of 4 horses, and the roll of the carriage on the road. Next day there is silence in the palace, broken but by the shrieks of a bereaved, though royal, or at least Grand Ducal, mother. Her babe lies a corpse. The Crown Prince has died in the night. The path to the throne lies open to the offspring of the Countess von Hochberg, morganatic wife of the reigning prince, Karl Friedrich, and the mother of the children of Ludwig Wilhelm August, his youngest son. 16 years fleet by, years rich in royal crimes. 'Tis 4 of a golden Whit-Monday afternoon in old Nuremberg, May 26, 1828. The town lies empty, dusty, silent. Her merry people are rejoicing in the green wood and among the suburban beer gardens. One man alone, a shoemaker, stands by the door of his house in the Unschlittplatz. Around him lie the vacant streets of the sleeping city. His eyes rest on the form, risen as it were out of the earth or fallen from the skies, of a boy, strangely clad, speechless, incapable either of standing erect or of moving his limbs. That boy is the royal infant placed of yore by the white shadow in the hands of the cloaked ruffian. Thus does the Crown Prince of Baden return from the darkness to the daylight. He names himself Caspar Hauser. He is to die by the dagger of a cruel courtier or of a hireling English earl. Thus briefly, and I trust impressively, have I sketched the history of Caspar Hauser, the child of Europe, as it was presented by various foreign pamphleteers, and in 1892 by Miss Elizabeth E. Evans. But as for the authentic records on which the partisans of Caspar Hauser based their version, they are anonymous, unauthenticated, discredited by the results of a libel action in 1883, and, in short, are worthless and impudent rubbish. On all sides, indeed, the evidence as to Caspar Hauser is in bewildering confusion. In 1832, 4 years after his appearance, a book about him was published by Paul John Anselm von Feuerbach. The man was mortal, had been a professor, and, though a legal reformer and a learned jurist, was a nervous invalid when he wrote, and he soon after died of paralysis, or poison, according to Casparites. He was approaching a period of life in which British judges write books to prove that Bacon was Shakespeare, and his arguments were like theirs. His Caspar Hauser is composed in a violently injudicial style. To seek the giant perpetrator of such a crime, as the injustice to Caspar, it would be necessary to be in possession of Joshua's ram's horns, or at least of Oberon's horn, in order, for some time at least, to suspend the activity of the powerful enchanted colossi that guard the golden gates of certain castles, that is, of the palace at Karlsruhe. Such early Nuremberg records of Caspar's first exploits as existed were ignored by Feuerbach, who told Lord Stanhope that any reader of these would conceive Caspar to be an impostor. They ought to be burned. The records, which were read and in part published by the young Meyer, son of one of Caspar's tutors, and by President Karl Schmaus, have disappeared, and in 1883 Schmaus could only attest the general accuracy of Meyer's excerpts from the town's manuscripts. Taking Feuerbach's romantic narrative of 1832, we find him averring that about 4:30 p.m. on Whit Monday, May 26, 1828, a citizen, unnamed, was loitering at his door in the Unschlittplatz, Nuremberg, intending to sally out by the new gate, when he saw a young peasant standing in an attitude suggestive of intoxication, and apparently suffering from locomotor ataxia, unable to govern fully the movements of his legs. The citizen went to the boy, who showed him a letter directed to the captain of a cavalry regiment. The gallant captain lived near the new gate, 654 paces from the citizen's house, and thither the young peasant walked with the citizen. So he could govern fully the movements of his legs. At the house, the captain being out, the boy said, "I would be a horseman as my father was." Also, "Don't know." Later he was taken to the prison, up a steep hill, and the ascent to his room was one of over 90 steps. Thus he could certainly walk, and when he spoke of himself he said, "I," like other people. Later he took to speaking of himself as Caspar, in the manner of small children and some hysterical patients under hypnotism. But this was an afterthought, for Caspar's line came to be that he had only learned a few words, like a parrot, words which he used to express all senses indifferently. His eyesight, when he first appeared, seems to have been normal. At the prison he wrote his own name as Caspar Hauser and covered a sheet of paper with writing. Later, he could see best in the dark. So says Feuerbach in 1832. What he does not say is whence he got his information as to Caspar's earliest exploits. Now, our earliest evidence on oath before a magistrate is dated November 4, 1829. George Weichmann, shoemaker, Feuerbach's anonymous citizen, then swore that on May 26, 1828, he saw Caspar not making paralyzed efforts to walk, but trudging down a hilly street, shouting "Hi!" or any loud cry, and presently asking with tolerable distinctness, "Newgate Street?" He took the boy that way, and the boy gave him the letter for the captain. Weichmann said that they had better ask for him at the Newgate guard-house, and the boy said, "Guard-house? Guard-house? Newgate no doubt just built?" He said he came from Ratisbon, and was in Nuremberg for the first time, but clearly did not understand what Weichmann meant when he inquired as to the chances of war breaking out. In May 1834, Weichmann repeated his evidence as to Caspar's power of talking and walking, and was corroborated by one Jacob Beck, not heard of in 1829. On December 20, 1829, Merck, the captain's servant, spoke to Caspar's fatigue. He reeled as he walked, and would answer no questions. In 1834, Merck expanded and said, "We had a long chat." Caspar averred that he could read and write, and had crossed the frontier daily on his way to school. He did not know where he came from. Certainly Merck, in 1834, remembered much more than in 1829. Whether he suppressed facts in 1829 or in 1834 invented fables, we do not know. The cavalry captain, November 2nd, 1829, remembered several intelligent remarks made by Caspar. His dress was new and clean, denied by Feuerbach. He was tired and footsore. The evidence of the police, taken in 1834, was remote in time, but went to prove that Caspar's eyesight and power of writing were normal. Feuerbach absolutely discredits all the sworn evidence of 1829 without giving his own sources. The early evidence shows that Caspar could both walk and talk and see normally by artificial and natural light, all of which is absolutely inconsistent with Caspar's later account of himself. The personal property of Caspar was a horn rosary and several Catholic tracts with prayers to the guardian angel and so forth. Feuerbach holds that these were furnished by devout villains. A very sound Protestant was Feuerbach, and that Caspar was ignorant of the being of a deity, at least of a Protestant deity. The letter carried by the boy said that the writer first took charge of him as an infant in 1812, and had never let him take a single step out of my house. I have already taught him to read and write, and he writes my handwriting exactly as I do. In the same hand was a letter in Latin characters, purporting to come from Caspar's mother, a poor girl, as the author of the German letter was a poor day-laborer. Humbug as I take Caspar to have been, I am not sure that he wrote these pieces. If not, somebody else was in the affair, somebody who wanted to get rid of Caspar. As that youth was a useless, false, convulsionary, and hysterical patient, no one was likely to want to keep him if he could do better. No specified reward was offered at the time for information about Caspar. No portrait of him was then published and circulated. The burgomaster, Binder, had a portrait and a facsimile of Caspar's signature engraved, but Feuerbach would not allow them to be circulated. Heaven knows why. How Caspar fell, as it were, from the clouds and unseen into the middle of Nuremberg, even on a holiday when almost everyone was out of town, is certainly a puzzle. The earliest witnesses took him for a journeyman tailor lad. He was about 16, and perhaps nobody paid any attention to a dusty travelling tradesman or groom out of place. Feuerbach, who did not see Caspar till July, says that his feet were covered with blisters. The jailer says that they were merely swollen by the tightness of his boots. Once in prison, Caspar, who asked to be taken home, adopted the role of a semi-unconscious animal, playing with toy horses, blind though he saw, yet not long after he wrote a minute account of all that he had then observed. He could only eat bread and water. Meat made him shudder. And Lord Stanhope says that this peculiarity did occur in the cases of some peasant soldiers. He had no sense of hearing, which means, perhaps, that he did not think of pretending to be amazed by the sound of church bells till he had been in prison for some days. Till then he had been deaf to their noise. This is Feuerbach's story, but we shall see that it is contradicted by Caspar himself, in writing. Thus the alleged facts may be explained without recourse even to a theory of intermittent deafness. Caspar was no more deaf than blind. He was all there, and though 10 days after his arrival he denied that he had ever seen Weichmann, in 10 days more his memory for faces was deemed extraordinary, and he minutely described all that on May 26 and later he had observed. Caspar was taught to write by the jailer's little boy, though he could write when he came, in the same hand as the author of his mysterious letter. Though he had but half a dozen words on May 26, according to Feuerbach, by July 7 he had furnished Binder with his history. Pretty quick work. Later, in 1828, he was able to write that history himself. In 1829 he completed a work of autobiography. Caspar wrote that till the age of 16 he was kept in a prison, perhaps 6 or 7 feet long, 4 broad, and 5 high. There were 2 small windows with closed black wooden shutters. He lay on straw, lived on bread and water, and played with toy horses and blue and red ribbons. That he could see colors in total darkness is a proof of his inconsistent fables, or of his hyperesthesia, abnormal acuteness of the senses. The man who kept him was not less hyperesthetic, for he taught Caspar to write in the dark. He never heard any noise, but avers that in prison he was alarmed by the town clock striking on the first morning, though Feuerbach says that he did not hear the bells for several days. Such is Caspar's written account, 1829. The published account of July 1828, derived from the expressions of a half-dumb animal, as Feuerbach puts it, is much more prolix and minute in detail. The animal said that he had sat on the ground and never seen daylight till he came to Nuremberg. He used to be hocussed with water of an evil taste, and wake in a clean shirt. The man once hit him and hurt him for making too much noise. The man taught him his letters and the Arabic numerals. Later he gave him instructions in the art of standing. Next he took him out and taught him about 9 words. He was made by the man to walk he knew not how far or how long, the man leading him. Nobody saw this extraordinary pair on the march. Feuerbach, who maintains that Caspar's feet were covered with cruel blisters from walking, also supposes that, perhaps for the greater part of the way, he was carried in a carriage or wagon. Whence then the cruel blisters caused by walking? There is medical evidence that his legs were distorted by confinement, but the medical post-mortem evidence says that this was not the case. He told Binder that his windows were shuttered. He told Hiltel, the jailer, that from his windows he saw a pile of wood and above it the top of a tree. Obviously, Caspar's legends about himself, whether spoken in June 1828 or written in February 1829, are absurdly false. He was for 3 weeks in the Tower, and was daily visited by the curious. Yet in these 3 weeks the half-conscious animal learned to read tolerably well, to count, to write figures. That he could do when he arrived, Feuerbach says. He made progress in writing a good hand, and learned a simple tune on the harpsichord. Pretty well for a half-unconscious animal. In July 1828, after being adopted by the excited town of Nuremberg, he was sent to be educated by and live with a schoolmaster named Daumer, and was studied by Feuerbach. They found in Caspar a splendid example of the sensitive, and a noble proof of the powers of animal magnetism. In Germany at this time, much was talked and written about somnambulism, the hypnotic state, and about a kind of animal magnetism which, in accordance with Mesmer's theory, was supposed to pass between stars, metals, magnets, and human beings. The effects produced on the patient by the hypnotist, now ascribed to suggestion, were attributed to a magnetic efflux, and Reichenbach's subjects saw strange currents flowing from metals and magnets. His experiments have never perhaps been successfully repeated, though hysterical persons have pretended to feel the traditional effects, even when non-magnetic objects were pointed at them. Now Caspar was really a sensitive, or feigned to be one, with hysterical cunning. Anything unusual would throw him into convulsions, or reduce him to unconsciousness. He was addicted to the tears of sensibility. Years later, Meyer read to him an account of the Noachian deluge, and he wept bitterly. Meyer thought this rather too much, the deluge being so remote an event, and after that, though Meyer read pathetic things in his best manner, Caspar remained unmoved. He wrote a long account of his remarkable magnetic sensations during and before the first thunderstorm after his arrival at Nuremberg. Yet before his appearance there he must have heard plenty of thunderstorms, though he pretended that this was his first. The sight of the moon produced in him emotions of horror. He had visions, like the Reverend Ansel Bourne, later to be described, of a beautiful male figure in a white garment who gave him a garland. He was taken to a somnambulist and felt magnetic pulls and pushes and a strong current of air. Indeed, the tutor, Daumer, shared these sensations, obviously by virtue of suggestion. They are out of fashion, the doctrine of animal magnetism being as good as exploded, and nobody feels pushed or pulled or blown upon when he consults Mrs. Piper or any other medium. From a letter of Feuerbach of September 20, 1828, we learn that Caspar, without being an albino, can see as well in utter darkness as in daylight. Perhaps the man who taught Caspar to write in the dark was an albino. Caspar never saw his face. Caspar's powers of vision abated as he took to beef, but he remained hyperesthetic, and could see better in a bad light than Daumer or Feuerbach. Some dowsers, we know, can detect subterranean water by the sensations of their hands without using a twig or divining rod, and others can spot gold hidden under the carpet with the twig. Caspar, merely with the bare hand, detected, without touching it, a needle under a tablecloth. He gradually lost these gifts, and the theory seems to have been that they were the result of his imprisonment in the dark, and a proof of it. The one thing certain is that Caspar had the sensitive or mediumistic temperament, which usually, though not always, is accompanied by hysteria, while hysteria means cunning and fraud, whether conscious or not so conscious. Meanwhile, the boy was in the hands of men, credulous, curious, and, in the case of Daumer, capable of odd sensations induced by suggestion. From such a boy, in such company, the truth could not be expected. Above all, if, like some other persons of his class, he was subject to dissociation and obliviousness as to his own past. Rather curiously, we find in Feuerbach's own published collection of trials the case of a boy, Sorgel, who had paroxysms of second consciousness, of which he was ignorant upon returning to his ordinary state of consciousness. We also have the famous case of the atheistic carpenter, Ansel Bourne, who was struck deaf, dumb and blind, and miraculously healed in a dissenting chapel, to the great comfort of a large and warm congregation. Mr. Bourne then became a preacher, but later forgot who he was, strolled to a distant part of the States, called himself Brown, set up a notions store, and one day awoke among his notions to the consciousness that he was born, not Brown, a preacher, not a dealer in cheap futilities. Bourne was examined under hypnotism by Professor William James and others. Many such instances of ambulatory automatism are given. In my view, Caspar was, to put it mildly, an ambulatory automatist who had strayed away, like the Reverend Mr. Bourne, from some place where nobody desired his return. Rather, his lifelong absence was an object of hope. The longer Caspar lived, the more frequently was he detected in every sort of imposture that could make him notorious or enable him to shirk work. Caspar had for months been the pet mystery of Nuremberg. People were sure that, like the mysterious prisoner of Pignerol, Les Exils, and the Ile Sainte Marguerite, 1669 to 1703, Caspar was some great one, kept out of his own. Now, the prisoner of Pignerol was really a valet, and Caspar was a peasant. Some thought him a son of Napoleon. Others averred, as we saw, that he was the infant son of the Grand Duke Karl of Baden, born in 1812, who had not died within a fortnight of his birth, but been spirited away by a lady disguised as the spectral White Lady of Baden, an aristocratic banshee. The subtle conspirators had bred the Grand Duke Caspar in a dark den, the theory ran, hoping that he would prove, by virtue of such education, an acceptable recruit for the Bavarian cavalry, and that no questions would be asked. Unluckily, questions were now being asked, for a boy who could only occasionally see and hear was not, though he could smell a cemetery at a distance of 500 yards, a useful man on a patrol. At least, the military authorities thought not. Had they known that Caspar could see in the dark, they might have kept him as a guide in night attacks, but they did not know. The promising young hussar, he rode well but clumsily, was thus left in the hands of civilians. The Grand Ducal secret might be discovered, so an assassin was sent to take off the young prince. The wonder was not unnaturally expressed that Caspar had not smelled out the villain, especially as he was probably the educational albino who taught him to write in the dark. On hearing of this later, Caspar told Lord Stanhope that he had smelled the man. However, he did not mention this at the time. To make a long story short, on October 17, 1829, Caspar did not come to midday eating, but was found weltering in his gore in the cellar of Daumer's house. Being offered refreshment in a cup, he bit out a piece of the porcelain and swallowed it. He had an inconsiderable wound on the forehead. To that extent the assassin had effected his purpose. Feuerbach thinks that the murderer had made a shot at Caspar's throat with a razor, that Caspar ducked cleverly and got it on the brow, and that the assassin believed his crime to be consummated and fled after uttering words in which Caspar recognized the voice of his tutor, the possible albino. No albino or other suspicious character was observed. Herr Daumer, before this cruel outrage, had remarked in Caspar a highly regrettable tendency to dissimulation and untruthfulness, and, just before the attack, had told the pupil that he was a humbug. Lord Stanhope quoted a paper of Daumer's in the Universal Gazette of February 6, 1834, Allgemeine Zeitung, in which he says that lying and deceit were become to Caspar a second nature. When did they begin to become a second nature? In any case, Daumer clove to the romantic theory of Caspar's origin. Caspar left Daumer's house and stayed with various good people, being accompanied by a policeman in his walks. He was sent to school, and Feuerbach bitterly complains that he was compelled to study the Latin grammar, and finally even Caesar's commentaries. Like other boys, Caspar protested that he did not see the use of Latin, and indeed many of our modern authors too obviously share Caspar's indifference to the dead languages. He laughed in 1831, says Feuerbach, at the popish superstition of his early attendants. We only hear of one, and about his theological predilections we learn nothing. And he also laughed at ghosts. In his new homes, Caspar lied terribly, was angry when detected, and wounded himself, he said accidentally, with a pistol, after being reproached for shirking the commentaries of Julius Caesar, and for mendacity. He was very vain, very agreeable as long as no one found fault with him, very lazy, and very sentimental. In May 1831, Lord Stanhope, who since the attack on Caspar in 1829 had been curious about him, came to Nuremberg and took up the hero with fantastic fondness. Though he recognized Caspar's mythopoeic tendencies, he believed him to be the victim of some nefarious criminals, and offered a reward of 500 florins anonymously for information. It was never claimed. Already had arisen a new theory, that Caspar was the son of a Hungarian magnate. Later, Lord Stanhope averred on oath that inquiries made in Hungary proved Caspar to be an impostor. In 1830, a man named Muller, who had been a Protestant preacher and was now a Catholic priest, denounced a preacher named Worth and a Miss Dalbon, a governess, as kidnappers of Caspar from the family of a countess living near Pest. Muller was exposed, his motives were revealed, and the newspapers told the story. Caspar was therefore tried with Hungarian words and seemed to recognize some, especially Poszonbia, Pressburg. He thought that someone had said that his father was at Pressburg, and thither Lord Stanhope sent him with Lieutenant Hickel. This was in 1831, but Caspar recognized nothing. His companions, however, found that he pretended to be asleep in the carriage to hear what was said about him. They ceased to speak of him, and Caspar ceased to slumber. A later expedition into Hungary by Hickel in February 1832, on the strength of more Hungarian excitement on Caspar's part, discovered that there was nothing to discover, and shook the credulity of Lord Stanhope. He could not believe Caspar's narrative, but still hoped that he had been terrorized into falsehood. He could not believe both that the albino had never spoken to Caspar in his prison, and also that the man always taught me to do what I was told. To Lord Stanhope, Caspar averred that the man with whom he had always lived said nothing to him till he was on his journey. Yet, during his imprisonment, the man had taught him, he declared, the phrases which, by his account, were all the words that he knew when he arrived at Nuremberg. For these and other obvious reasons, Lord Stanhope, though he had relieved Nuremberg of Caspar, November 1831, and made ample provision for him, was deeply sceptical about his narrative. The town of Nuremberg had already tried to shift the load of Caspar onto the shoulders of the Bavarian government. Lord Stanhope did not adopt him, but undertook to pay for his maintenance, and left him in January 1832 under the charge of a Dr. Meyer at Anspach. He had a curator and a guardian, and escaped from the commentaries of Julius Caesar into the genial society of Feuerbach. That jurist died in May 1833, poisoned, say the Casparites. A new guardian was appointed, and Caspar lived with Dr. Meyer. Finding him incurably untruthful, the doctor ceased to provoke him by comments on his inaccuracies, and Caspar got a small clerkly place. With this he was much dissatisfied, for he, like Feuerbach, had expected Lord Stanhope to take him to England. Feuerbach, in the dedication to Lord Stanhope of his book, 1832, writes, "Beyond the sea in fair old England, you have prepared for him a secure retreat, until the rising sun of truth shall have dispersed the darkness which still hangs over his mysterious fate." If Lord Stanhope ever made this promise, his growing skepticism about Caspar prevented him from fulfilling it. On December 9, 1833, Meyer was much provoked by Caspar's inveterate falseness, and said that he did not know how to face Lord Stanhope, who was expected to visit Anspach at Christmas. For some weeks, Caspar had been sulky, and there had been questions about a journal which he was supposed to keep but would not show. He was now especially resentful. On 2 earlier occasions, after a scene with his tutor, Caspar had been injured, once by the assassin who cut his forehead, once by a pistol accident. On December 14 he rushed into Dr. Meyer's room, pointed to his side, and led Meyer to a place distant about 500 yards from his house. So agitated was he that Meyer would go no further, especially as Caspar would answer no questions. On their return, Caspar said, "Went court garden, man, had a knife, gave a bag, struck, I ran as I could, bag must lie there." Caspar was found to have a narrow wound, 2.5 inches under the center of the left breast, clearly caused by a very sharp, double-edged weapon. In 3 or 4 days he died. The heart had been injured. He was able to depose, but not on oath, that on the morning of the 14th, a man in a blouse, who had addressed him some days earlier, brought him a verbal message from the court gardener, asking him to come and view some clay from a newly bored well, where, in fact, no work was being done at this time. He found no one at the well, and went to the monument of the rather forgotten poet Uz. Here a man came forward, gave him a bag, stabbed him, and fled. Of the man he gave discrepant descriptions. He became incoherent and died. There was snow lying when Caspar was stabbed, but there were no footmarks near the well, and elsewhere only one man's track was in the Hofgarten. Was that track Caspar's? We are not told. No knife was found. Caspar was left-handed, and Dr. Horlocker declared that the blow must have been dealt by a left-handed man. Lord Stanhope suggested that Caspar himself had inflicted the wound by pressure, and that, after he had squeezed the point of the knife through his wadded coat, it had penetrated much deeper than he had intended. A very probable hypothesis. As for the bag which the assassin gave him, it was found, and Dr. Meyer said that it was very like a bag which he had seen in Caspar's possession. It contained a note, folded, said Madame Meyer, as Caspar folded his own notes. The writing was in pencil, in Spiegelschrift, that is, it had to be read in a mirror. Caspar, on his deathbed, kept muttering incoherences about what is written with lead no one can read. The note contained vague phrases about coming from the Bavarian frontier. After Kaspar's death, the question of murder or suicide agitated Germany and gave birth to a long succession of pamphlets. A wild woman, Countess Albersdorf, née Lady Graham, says Miss Evans, who later calls her Lady Caroline Albersdorf, saw visions, dreamed dreams, and published nonsense. Other pamphlets came out, directed against the House of Baden. In 1870, an anonymous French pamphleteer offered the Baden romance as from the papers of a Major von Hennenhofer, the villain-in-chief of the White Lady plot. Lord Stanhope was named as the ringleader in the attacks on Kaspar, both at Nuremberg and Ansbach. In 1883, all the fables were revived in a pamphlet produced at Ratisbon, a mere hash of the libels of 1834, 1839, 1840, and 1870. Dr. Meyer was especially attacked. His sons defended his reputation by an action for libel on the dead, an action which German law permits. There was no defense, and the publisher was fined and ordered to destroy all the copies. In 1892, the libels were repeated by Baron Alexander von Arten. 2 documents of a palpably fraudulent character were added. The rest was the old stuff. The reader may find it in Miss Evans's Kaspar Hauser, 1892. For example, Daumer knew a great deal. He even, in 1833, received an anonymous letter from Ansbach, containing the following statement: Lord Daniel Alban Durtiel, advocate of the Royal Court in London, said to me, I am firmly convinced that Kaspar Hauser was murdered. It was all done by bribery. Stanhope has no money and lives by this affair. Daumer and Miss Evans appear to have seen nothing odd in relying on an anonymous letter about Lord Daniel Alban Durtiel. Lord Stanhope, says Miss Evans, was known to have subsisted principally upon the sale of his German hymn book and other devotional works, for which he was a coal porter. Weary of piety, Lord Stanhope became a hired assassin. Perhaps this nonsense still has its believers, seduced by Lady Caroline Albersdorf, née Lady Graham, by Lord Daniel Alban Durtiel, and by the spirit of Kaspar himself, who, summoned by Daniel Dunglas home, at a séance with the Empress Eugénie apparently, announced himself as Prince of Baden. No authority for this interesting ghost of one who disbelieved in ghosts is given. It is quite possible that Kaspar Hauser no more knew who he was than the valet of 1669 to 1703 knew why he was a prisoner. No more than Mr. Brown, when a dealer in notions, knew that he was Mr. Bourne, a dissenting preacher. Nothing is certain, except that Kaspar was a hysterical humbug, whom people of sense suspected from the first, and whom believers in animal magnetism and homeopathy accepted as some great one, educated by his royal enemies in total darkness, to fit him for the military profession. It is difficult, of course, to account for the impossibility of finding whence Kaspar had come to Nuremberg, but in 1887 it proved just as impossible to discover whither the Reverend Ansel Bourne had gone. Mr. Bourne's lot was cast, not in the sleepy royalist Bavaria of 1828, but in the midst of the admired hustle of the great Western Republic. He was one of the most remarkable men in the country, not a yokel of 16. He was last seen at his nephew's store, 121 Broad Street, Providence, Rhode Island, on January 17. On January 20, the hue and cry arose in the able and energetic press of his state. Mr. Bourne, as a travelling evangelist, was widely known, but after a fortnight unaccounted for, he arrived as A. J. Brown at Norristown, Pennsylvania, sold notions there, and held forth with acceptance at religious meetings. On March 14 he awoke, still undiscovered, and wondered where he was. He remembered nothing since January 17, so he wired to Providence, Rhode Island, for information. He had a whole fortnight to account for between his departure from Providence, Rhode Island, and his arrival at Norristown, Pennsylvania. Nobody could help him. He had apparently walked invisible, like Caspar on his way to Nuremberg. He was hypnotized by Professor William James and brought into his Brown condition, but could give practically no verifiable account of Brown's behavior in that missing fortnight. He said that he went from Providence to Pawtucket and was for some days at Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where he really seems to have been. As to the rest, back of that, it was mixed up. We do not hear that Caspar was ever hypnotized and questioned, but probably he also would have been mixed up, like Mr. Bourne. The fable about a Prince of Baden had not a single shred of evidence in its favor. It is true that the Grand Duchess was too ill to be permitted to see her dead baby in 1812, but the baby's father, grandmother, and aunt, with the 10 court physicians, the nurses, and others, must have seen it in death, and it is too absurd to suppose on no authority that they were all parties to the White Lady's plot. We might as well believe, as Miss Evans seems to do, on the authority of an unnamed Paris newspaper, that a Latin letter, complaining of imprisonment, was picked up in the Rhine, signed S. Howes Sprausio, that the words ought to be read Harris Sprauca, and that they are an anagram of Caspar Hauser. This occurred in 1816, when Caspar, being about 4 years of age, could not write Latin. No one in the secret could have hoped that the royal infant and captive would be recognized under the name of Sprautio, or even of Sprauca. Abject credulity, love of mystery, love of scandal, and political passions produced the ludicrous mass of fables to which, as late as 1893, the Duchess of Cleveland thought it advisable to reply. In England it is quite safe to accuse a dead man of murder, or of what you please, as far as the Duchess understood the law of libel, so she had no legal remedy. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Louise J. Bell, Sebastopol, California.
Chapter 7 of Historical Mysteries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Historical Mysteries by Andrew Lang. Chapter 7. The Gowrie Conspiracy. The singular events called the Gowrie Conspiracy, or the slaying of the Ruthvens, fell out, on evidence which nobody disputes, in the following manner. On August 5th, 1600, the King, James VI, was leaving the stables at the house of Falkland to hunt a buck, when the Master of Ruthven rode up and had an interview with the monarch. This occurred about 7 o'clock in the morning. The master was a youth of 19. He was residing with his brother, the Earl of Gowrie, aged 22, at the family townhouse in Perth, some 12 or 14 miles from Falkland. The interview being ended, the king followed the hounds, and the chase, long and sore, ended in a kill at about 11 o'clock near Falkland. Thence the king and the master, with some 15 of the royal retinue, including the Duke of Lennox and the Earl of Mar, rode without any delay to Perth. Others of the king's company followed. The whole number may have been at most 25. On their arrival at Perth, it appeared that they had not been expected. The earl had dined at noon, the royal dinner was delayed till 2 o'clock, and after the scanty meal the king and the master went upstairs alone, while the Earl of Gowrie took Lennox and others into his garden, bordering on the Tay, at the back of the house. While they loitered there eating cherries, a retainer of Gowrie, Thomas Cranston, brother of Sir John of that ilk, brought a report that the king had already mounted and ridden off through the Inch of Perth. Gowrie called for horses, but Cranston told him that his horses were at Scone, across the Tay, 2 miles off. The gentleman then went to the street door of the house, where the porter said that the king had not ridden away. Gowrie gave him the lie, re-entered the house, went upstairs, and returning, assured Lennox that James had certainly departed. All this is proved on oath by Lennox, Mar, Lindores, and many other witnesses. While the company stood in doubt, outside the gate a turret window above them opened, and the king looked forth, much agitated, shouting "treason," and crying for help to Mar. With Lennox and most of the others, Mar ran to the rescue up the main staircase of the house, where they were stopped by a locked door, which they could not break open. Gowrie had not gone with his guests to aid the king. He was standing in the street, asking, "What is the matter? I know nothing," when 2 of the king's household, Thomas and James Erskine, tried to seize him, the treason being perpetrated under Gowrie's own roof. His friends drove the Erskines off, and some of the Murrays of Tullibardine, who were attending a wedding in Perth, surrounded him. Gowrie retreated, drew a pair of twin swords, and, accompanied by Cranston and others, made his way into the quadrangle of his house. At the foot of a small dark staircase they saw the body of a man lying, wounded or dead. Cranston now rushed up the dark stairs, followed by Gowrie, 2 Ruthvens, Hugh Moncrieff, Patrick Avoyt, and perhaps others. At the head of the narrow spiral stair they found, in a room called the gallery chamber, Sir Thomas Erskine, a lame Dr. Herries, a young gentleman of the royal household named John Ramsay, and Wilson, a servant, with drawn swords. A fight began. Cranston was wounded. He and his friends fled, leaving Gowrie, who had been run through the body by Ramsay. All this while the other door of the long gallery chamber was ringing under the hammer strokes of Lennox and his company, and the town bell was summoning the citizens. Erskine and Ramsay now locked the door opening on the narrow stair, at which the retainers of Gowrie struck with axes. The king's party, by means of a hammer handed by their friends through a hole in the other door of the gallery, forced the lock and admitted Lennox, Mar, and the rest of the king's retinue. They let James out of a small turret opening from the gallery chamber, and, after some dealings with the angry mob and the magistrates of Perth, they conveyed the king to Falkland after nightfall. The whole results were the death of Gowrie and his brother, the master, his body it was that lay at the foot of the narrow staircase, and a few wounds to Ramsay, Dr. Herries, and some of Gowrie's retainers. The death of the master of Ruthven was explained thus. When James cried treason, young Ramsay, from the stable door, had heard his voice but not his words. He had sped into the quadrangle, charged up the narrow stairs, found a door behind which was the sound of a struggle, dang in the door, and saw the king wrestling with the master. Behind them stood a man, the centre of the mystery, of whom he took no notice. He drew his whinger, slashed the master in the face and throat, and pushed him downstairs. Ramsay then called from the window to Sir Thomas Erskine, who, with Herries and Wilson, ran to his assistance, slew the wounded master, and shut up James, who had no weapon, in the turret. Then came the struggle in which Gowrie died. No more was seen of the mysterious man in the turret, except by a townsman who later withdrew his evidence. Such was the whole affair, as witnessed by the king's men, the retainers of Gowrie, and some citizens of Perth. Not a vestige of plot or plan by Gowrie and his party was discoverable. His friends maintained that he had meant, on that day, to leave Perth for Lothian, that is, for his castle at Durlton, near North Berwick, whither he had sent most of his men and provisions. James had summoned the master to meet him at Falkland, they said, and Gowrie had never expected the return of the master with the king. James's own version was given in a public letter of the night of the events, which we only know through the report of Nicholson, the English resident at Holyrood, August 6th, and Nicholson only repeated what Elphinstone, the secretary, told him of the contents of the letter, written to the king's dictation at Falkland by David Moysey, a notary. At the end of August, James printed and circulated a full narrative, practically identical with Nicholson's report of Elphinstone's report of the contents of the Falkland letter of August 5th. The king's narrative is universally accepted on all hands, till we come to the point where he converses with Alexander Ruthven at Falkland before the buck-out began. There was such an interview, lasting for about a quarter of an hour, but James alone knew its nature. He says that, after an unusually low obeisance, Ruthven told him the following tale. Walking alone on the previous evening in the fields near Perth, he had met a base-like fellow, unknown to him, with a cloak cast about his mouth, a common precaution to avoid recognition. Asked who he was, and what his errand in so solitary a part, being far from all aways, the fellow was taken aback. Ruthven seized him, and under his arm found a great wide pot, all full of coined gold in great pieces. Ruthven, keeping the secret to himself, took the man to Perth, and locked him in a privy durned house, that is, a room. At 4 a.m. he himself left Perth to tell the king, urging him to take order in the matter at once, as not even Lord Gowry knew of it. When James said that it was no business of his, the gold not being treasure trove, Ruthven called him over scrupulous, adding that his brother, Gowry, and other great men might interfere. James then, suspecting that the gold might be foreign, brought in by Jesuits for the use of Catholic intriguers, asked what the coins and their bearer were like. Ruthven replied that the bearer seemed to be a Scots fellow, hitherto unknown to him, and that the gold was apparently of foreign mintage. Hereon, James felt sure that the gold was foreign, and the bearer a disguised Scots priest. He therefore proposed to send back with Ruthven a retainer of his own, with a warrant to Gowry, then Provost of Perth, and the bailies, to take over the man and the money. Ruthven replied that if they did, the money would be ill reckoned, and begged the king to ride over at once, be the first seer, and reward him at his own honourable discretion. The oddity of the tale and the strangeness of Ruthven's manner amazed James, who replied that he would give an answer when the hunt was over. Ruthven said the man might make a noise and discover the whole affair, causing the treasure to be meddled with. He himself would be missed by Gowry, whereas if James came at once, Gowry and the townsfolk would be at the sermon. James made no answer, but followed the hounds. Still he brooded over the story, sent for Ruthven, and said that the hunt once ended, he would accompany him to Perth. Here James adds that, though he himself knew not that any man was with Ruthven, he had 2 companies, one of whom, Andrew Henderson, he now dispatched to Gowry, bidding him prepare dinner for the king. This is not part of James's direct evidence. He was unknowing and unsuspecting that any man living had come with Ruthven. Throughout the chase, Ruthven was ever near the king, always urging him to hasten the end of the hunting. The buck was slain close to the stables, and Ruthven would not allow James to wait for a second horse. That was sent after him. So the king did not even tarry to bridle the buck, and merely told the Duke of Lennox, Mar, and others that he was riding to Perth to speak with Gowry, and would return before evening. Some of the court went to Falkland for fresh horses, others followed slowly with weary steeds. They followed undesired by him, because a report rose that the king had some purpose to apprehend the oppressive master of Oliphant. Ruthven implored James not to bring Lennox and Mar, but only 3 or 4 servants, to which the king answered half angrily. This odd conduct roused suspicion in James. He had been well acquainted with Ruthven, who was suing for the place of a gentleman of the bedchamber, or cubicular. The farthest that the king's suspicion could reach to was that it might be that the earl, his brother, had handled him so hardly that the young gentleman, being of a high spirit, had taken such displeasure as he was beside himself. Hence his curious, agitated, and moody behaviour. James, as they rode, consulted Lennox, whose first wife had been a sister of Gowry. Lennox had never seen anything of mental unsettlement in the young Ruthven, but James bade the Duke accompany him into that room, where the gold and the bearer of it lay. Lennox thought the story of the gold unlikely. Ruthven, seeing them in talk, urged that James should be secret, and bring nobody with him to the first inspection of the treasure. The king thus rode forward between trust and distrust. About 2 miles from Perth, Ruthven sent on his other companion, Andrew Ruthven, to Gowry. When within a mile of Perth, Ruthven himself rode forward in advance. Gowry was at dinner, having taken no notice of the 2 earlier messengers. Gowry, with 50 or 60 men, met James at the end of the Inch. The royal retinue was then of 15 persons, with swords alone, and no daggers or wingers. Dinner did not appear till an hour had gone by, say 2 p.m. James whispered to Ruthven that he had better see the treasure at once. Ruthven bade him wait, had not aroused Gowry's suspicions by whispering, "rounding." James therefore directed his conversation to Gowry, getting from him but half words and imperfect sentences. When dinner came, Gowry stood pensively by the king's table, often whispering to the servants, and oft times went in and out, as he also did before dinner. The suite stood about, as was custom, till James had nearly dined, when Gowry took them to their dinner separately in the hall. He sat not down with them, as the common manner is, but again stood silent beside the king, who bantered him in a homely manner. James having sat long enough, Ruthven whispered that he wished to be rid of his brother, so James sent Gowry into the hall to offer a kind of grace cup to the suite, as was usual, this by Ruthven's desire. James then rose to follow Ruthven, asking him to bring Sir Thomas Erskine with him. Ruthven requested James to command publicly that none should follow at once, promising that he should make any one or two follow that he pleased to call for. The king then, expecting attendants who never came because Ruthven never summoned them, walked alone with Ruthven across the end of the hall, up a staircase, and through 3 or 4 chambers, Ruthven ever locking behind him every door as he passed. We do not know whether James observed the locking of the doors, or inferred it from the later discovery that one door was locked. Then Ruthven showed a more smiling countenance than he had all the day before, ever saying that he had him sure and safe enough kept. At last they reached a little study, a turret chamber, where James found not a bondman, but a freedman with a dagger at his girdle, and a very abased countenance. Ruthven locked the turret door, put his hat on his head, drew the man's dagger, pointed it at the king's breast, avowing now that the king behoved to be in his will and used as he list, threatening murder if James cried out or opened the window. He also reminded the king of the death of the late Gowry, his father, executed for treason in 1584. Meanwhile the other man stood trembling and quaking. James made a long harangue on many points, promising pardon and silence if Ruthven at once let him go. Ruthven then uncovered and promised that James's life should be safe if he kept quiet. The rest Gowry would explain. Then, bidding the other man ward the king, he went out, locking the door behind him. He had first made James swear not to open the window. In his brief absence, James learned from the armed man that he had but recently been locked up in the turret, he knew not why. James bade him open the window on his right hand. The man did as he was commanded. Here the king's narrative reverts to matter not within his own observation, the events which occurred downstairs during his own absence. His narrative is amply confirmed on oath by many nobles and gentlemen. He says, here we repeat what we began by stating, that during his own absence, as his train was rising from dinner, one of the earl's servants, Cranston, came hastily in, assuring the earl that the king had got to horse and was away through the Isle of Perth. The earl reported this to the nobles, and all rushed to the gate. The porter assured them that the king had not departed. Gowry gave the porter the lie, but turning to Lennox and Mar, said that he would get sure information. He then ran back across the court and upstairs, and returned, running, with the news that the king was gone, long since by the back gate, and unless they hasted would not be overtaken. The nobles, going towards the stables for their horses, necessarily passed under the window of the turret on the first floor where James was imprisoned. Ruthven, by this time, had returned thither, casting his hands abroad in a desperate manner as a man lost. Then, saying there was no help for it, the king must die, he tried to bind the royal hands with his garter. In the struggle, James drew Ruthven towards the window, already open. At this nick of time, when the king's friends were standing in the street below, Gowry with them, James, holding out the right side of his head and his right elbow, shouted for help. Gowry stood, ever asking what it meant, but Lennox, Mar, and the others, as we saw, instantly ran in and up the chief staircase to find the king. Meanwhile, James in his agony pushed Ruthven out of the turret, the said Mr. Alexander's head under his arms, and himself on his knees, towards the chamber door which opened on the dark staircase. James was trying to get hold of Ruthven's sword and draw it, the other fellow doing nothing but standing behind the king's back and trembling all the time. At this moment a young gentleman of the royal household, John Ramsay, entered from the dark back staircase and struck Ruthven with his dagger. The other fellow withdrew. James then pushed Ruthven down the back stairs, where he was slain by Sir Thomas Erskine and Dr. Harrys, who were coming up by that way. The rest, with the death of Gowry, followed. A tumult of the townsmen, lasting for 2 or 3 hours, delayed the return of James to Falkland. Such is the king's published narrative. It tallies closely with the letter written by Nicholson, the English agent, to Cecil on August 6th. James had thus his version, from which he never varied, ready on the evening of the fatal day of August 5th. From his narrative only one inference can be drawn. Gowry and his brother had tried to lure James almost unattended to their house. In the turret they had an armed man who would assist the master to seize the king. Events frustrated the conspiracy. James was well attended, the armed man turned coward, and Gowry proclaimed the king's departure falsely to make his suite follow back to Falkland, and so leave the king in the hands of his captors. The plot, once arranged, could not be abandoned, because the plotters had no prisoner with a pot of gold to produce, so their intended treason would have been manifest. How far is James's tale corroborated? At the posthumous trial of the Ruthvens in November, witnesses like Lennox swore to his quarter of an hour of talk with Ruthven at Falkland before the hunt. The early arrival of Andrew Henderson at Gowry's house, about 10:30, is proved by two gentlemen named Hay and one named Moncrief, who were then with Gowry on business to which he at once refused to attend further, in the case of the Hays. Henderson's presence with Ruthven at Falkland is also confirmed by a manuscript vindication of the Ruthvens issued at the time. None of the king's party saw him, and their refusal to swear that they did see him shows their honesty, the point being essential. Thus, the circumstance that Gowry ordered no dinner for the king, despite Henderson's early arrival with news of his coming, shows that Gowry meant to affect being taken by surprise. Again, the flight of Henderson on the very night of August 5th proves that he was implicated. Why else should a man fly who had not been seen by anyone, except a Perth witness who withdrew his evidence, in connection with the fatal events? No other man fled, except some of Gowry's retainers, who took open part in the fighting. James's opinion that Ruthven was deranged, in consequence of harsh treatment by his brother Gowry, is explained by a dispute between the brothers about the possession of the church lands of Scone, which Gowry held and Ruthven desired, the king siding with Ruthven. This is quite casually mentioned in a contemporary manuscript. Again, Lennox on oath averred that as they rode to Perth, James told him the story of the lure, the pot of gold. Lennox was a man of honor, and he had married Gowry's sister. Ruthven, on his return to Gowry's house, told a retainer, Craigengelt, that he had been on an errand not far off, and accounted for the king's arrival by saying that he was brought by the royal saddler to exact payment of a debt to the man. Now James had just given Gowry a year's immunity from pursuit of creditors, and there is no trace of the saddler's presence. Clearly Ruthven lied to Craigengelt. He had been at Falkland, not on an errand not far off. That Cranston, Gowry's man, brought the news or rumor of the king's departure was admitted by himself. That Gowry went into the house to verify the fact, insisted that it was true, gave the lie to the porter who denied it, and tried to make the king's party take horse and follow, was provided by Lennox, Lindores, Ray, a magistrate of Perth, the porter himself, and others on oath. That the king was locked in by a door which could not be burst open is a matter of undisputed certainty. All these are facts that win a ding and down to be disputed. They were disputed, however, when Henderson, Gowry's factor, or steward, and a town councillor of Perth, came out of hiding between August 11th and August 20th, told his story, and confessed to having been the man in the turret. He said that on the night of August 4th, Gowry bade him ride very early next day with the master of Ruthven to Falkland, and return with any message that Ruthven might send. He did return, when the Hays and Moncrief saw him, with news that the king was coming. An hour later, Gowry bade him put on a shirt of mail and plate sleeves, as he meant to arrest a Highlander in the Shoegate. Later, the king arriving, Henderson was sent to Ruthven in the gallery and told to do whatever he was bidden. Ruthven then locked him up in the turret, giving no explanation. Presently, the king was brought into the turret, and Henderson pretends that to a faint extent he hampered the violence of Ruthven. During the struggle between Ramsay and Ruthven, he slunk downstairs, went home, and fled that night. It was denied that Henderson had been at Falkland at all. Nobody swore to his presence there, yet it is admitted by the contemporary apologist, who accuses the king of having organized a whole conspiracy against the Ruthvens. It was said that nobody saw Henderson slink away out of the narrow stair, though the quadrangle was crowded. One Robertson, however, a notary of Perth, gave evidence, September 23rd, that he did see Henderson creep out of the narrow staircase and step over the master's dead body. Robertson spoke to him, but he made no reply. If Robertson perjured himself on September 23rd, he withdrew his evidence, or rather, he omitted it, at the trial in November. His life would not have been worth living in Perth, where the people were partisans of the Ruthvens, if he had adhered to his first statement. In the absence of other testimony, many fables were circulated as to Henderson's absence from Perth all through the day, and on the other hand as to his presence in the kitchen during the crisis. He was last seen, for certain, in the house just before the king's dinner, and then, by his account, was locked up in the turret by the master. Probably Robertson's first story was true. Other witnesses, to shield their neighbors, denied having seen retainers of Gowry's who most assuredly were present at the brawls in the quadrangle. It was never explained why Henderson fled at once if he was not the man in the turret. I therefore conceive that as he certainly was at Falkland, and certainly returned early, his story is true in the main. Given all this, only one of two theories is possible. The affair was not incidental. James did not fall into a panic and bellow treason out of the window merely because he found himself alone in a turret. And why in a secluded turret with the master? To that theory, the locked door of the gallery is a conclusive reply. Somebody locked it for some reason. Therefore, either the Ruthvens plotted against the king, or the king plotted against the Ruthvens. Both parties had good grounds for hatred, as we shall show. That is, Gowry and James had motives for quarrel. But with the young master, whose cause, as regards the lands of Scone, the king espoused, he had no reason for anger. If James was guilty, how did he manage his intrigue? With motives for hating Gowry, let us say, the king lays his plot. He chooses for it a day when he knows that the Murrays of Tullibardine will be in Perth at the wedding of one of the clan. They will defend the king from the townsfolk, clients of their provost, Gowry. James next invites Ruthven to Falkland. This was asserted by Ruthven's defenders. He arrives at the strangely early hour of 6:30 a.m. James has already invented the story of the pot of gold to be confided to Lennox as proof that Ruthven is bringing him to Perth, that he has not invited Ruthven. Next, by secretly spreading a rumor that he means to apprehend the master of Oliphant, James secures a large train of retainers, let us say 25 men, without firearms, while he escapes the suspicion that would be aroused if he ordered them to accompany him. James has determined to sacrifice Ruthven, with whom he had no quarrel whatever, merely as bait to draw Gowry into a trap. Having put Lennox off with a false reason for his accompanying Ruthven alone in the house of Gowry, James privately arranges that Ruthven shall quietly summon him, or Erskine, to follow upstairs, meaning to goad Ruthven into a treasonable attitude just as they appear on the scene. He calculates that Lennox, Erskine, or both will then stab Ruthven without asking questions, and that Gowry will rush up to avenge his brother and be slain. But here His Majesty's deeply considered plot, on a superficial view, breaks down, since Ruthven, for reasons best known to himself, summons neither Lennox nor Erskine. James, observing this circumstance, rapidly and cleverly remodels his plot, and does not begin to provoke the brawl till being, heaven knows why, in the turret, he hears his train talking outside in the street. He had shrewdly provided for their presence there by ordering a servant of his own to spread the false rumor of his departure, which Cranston innocently brought. Why did the king do this, as his original idea involved no need of such a stratagem? He had also somehow persuaded Gowry to credit the rumor, in the face of the porter's denial of its possibility, and to persist in it, after making no very serious attempt to ascertain its truth. To succeed in making Gowry do this, in place of thoroughly searching the house, is certainly the king's most striking and inexplicable success. The king has thus two strings to his nefarious bow. The first was that Ruthven, by his orders, would bring Erskine and Lennox, and just as they appeared, James would goad Ruthven into a treasonable attitude, whereon Lennox and Erskine would dirk him. The second plan, if this failed, as it did because Ruthven did not obey orders, was to deceive Gowry into bringing the retinue under the turret window, so that the king could open the window and cry treason as soon as he heard their voices and footsteps below. This plan succeeds. James yells out of the window. Not wanting many spectators, he has, somehow, locked the door leading into the gallery, while giving Ramsay a hint to wait outside of the house, within hearing, and to come up by the back staircase, which was built in a conspicuous tower. The rest is easy. Gowry may bring up as many men as he pleases, but Ramsay has had orders to horrify him by saying that the king is slain, this was alleged, and then to run him through as he gives ground or drops his points, this after a decent form of resistance in which 3 of the king's 4 men are wounded. Master of the human heart, like Lord Bateman, James knows that Ruthven will not merely leave him, when goaded by insult, and that Gowry, hearing of his brother's death, will not simply stand in the street and summon the citizens. To secure a witness to the truth of his false version of the matter, James must have begun by artfully bribing Henderson, Gowry's steward, either simply to run away and then come in later with corroboration, or actually to be present in the turret and then escape. Or perhaps the king told this man in the turret tale, merely in the air, and then Henderson, having run away in causeless panic, later sees money in it, and appears with a string of falsehoods. Chance loves art, says Aristotle, and chance might well befriend an artist so capable and conscientious as His Majesty. To be sure, Mr. Hill Burton says, the theory that the whole was a plot of the court to ruin the powerful house of Gowrie must at once, after a calm weighing of the evidence, be dismissed as beyond the range of sane conclusions. Those who formed it had to put one of the very last men in the world to accept of such a destiny into the position of an armed man who, without any preparation, was to render himself into the hands of his armed adversaries, and cause a succession of surprises and acts of violence, which by his own courage and dexterity he would rule to a determined and preconcerted plan. If there was a royal plot without a plan, then James merely intended to raise a brawl and go it blind. This, however, is almost beyond the king's habitual and romantic recklessness. We must prefer the theory of a subtly concerted and ably conducted plan, constructed with alternatives, so that if one string breaks, another will hold fast. That plan, to the best of my poor powers, I have explained. To drop the figure of irony, all this hypothesis is starkly incredible. James was not a recklessly adventurous character to go weaponless with Ruthven, who wore a sword, and provoke him into insolence. If he had been ever so brave, the plot is of a complexity quite impossible. No sane man, still less a timid man, could conceive and execute a plot at the mercy of countless circumstances not to be foreseen. Suppose the master slain, and Gowrie a free man in the street. He had only to sound the tocsin, summon his devoted townsmen, surround the house, and ask respectfully for explanations. Take, on the other hand, the theory of Gowrie's guilt. Here the motives for evil will, on either side, may be briefly stated. Since the matter of Riccio, 1566, the Ruthvens had been the foes of the crown. Gowrie's grandfather and father were leaders in the attack on Mary and Riccio. Gowrie's father insulted Queen Mary, while caged in Loch Leven Castle, by amorous advances, so she declares. In 1582, Gowrie's father captured James and held him in degrading captivity. He escaped and was reconciled to his jailer, who, in 1584, again conspired and was executed, while the Ruthven lands were forfeited. By a new revolution, 1585 to 1586, the Ruthvens were reinstated. In July 1593, Gowrie's mother, by an artful ambuscade, enabled the Earl of Bothwell again to kidnap the king. In 1594, our Gowrie, then a lad, joined Bothwell in open rebellion. He was pardoned, and in August 1594 went abroad, travelled as far as Rome, studied at Padua, and summoned by the party of the Kirk, came to England in March 1600. Here he was petted by Elizabeth, then on almost warlike terms with James. For 30 years every treason of the Ruthvens had been backed by Elizabeth, and Cecil, ceaselessly and continuously, had abetted many attempts to kidnap James. These plots were rife as late as April 1600. The object always was to secure the dominance of the Kirk over the king, and Gowrie, as the natural, noble leader of the Kirk, was recalled to Scotland in 1600 by the Reverend Mr. Bruce, the chief of the political preachers, whom James had mastered in 1596-97. Gowrie, arriving, instantly headed the opposition, and on June 21, 1600, successfully resisted the king's request for supplies, rendered necessary by his hostile relations with England. Gowrie then left the court, and about July 20th went to hunt in Athol, his mother, who had once already lured James into a snare, residing at his Perth house. On August 1st, Gowrie warned his mother of his return, and she went to their strong castle of Durlatan, near North Berwick and the sea, while Gowrie came to his Perth house on August 3rd, it being understood that he was to ride to Durlatan on August 5th. Thither he had sent on most of his men and provisions. On August 5th, we know, he went on a longer journey. We have shown that a plot by James is incredible. There is no evidence to prove a plot by Gowrie, beyond the whole nature of the events, and the strange conduct of himself and his brother. But, if plot he did, he merely carried out, in the interests of his English friends, the traditional policy of his grandfather, his father, his mother, and his ally Bothwell, at this time in exile in Spain, maturing a conspiracy in which he claimed Gowrie as one of his confederates. While the king was a free man, Gowrie could not hope to raise the discontented barons, and emancipate the preachers, yet more bitterly discontented, who had summoned him home. Let the king vanish and the coast was clear, the Kirk's party, the English party, would triumph. The inference is that the king was to be made to disappear, and that Gowrie undertook to do it. Two witnesses, Mr. Cowper, minister of Perth, and Mr. Rind, Gowrie's old tutor, averred that he was wont to speak of the need of extreme secrecy in the execution of a high and dangerous purpose. Such a purpose as the trapping of the king by a secret and sudden onfall was the mere commonplace of Scottish politics. Cecil's papers, at this period and later, are full of such schemes submitted by Scottish adventurers. That men so very young as the two Ruthvens should plan a device, romantic and perilous, is no matter for marvel. The plot itself must be judged by its original idea, namely to lure James to Perth with only 2 or 3 servants at an early hour in the day. Matters fell out otherwise, but had the king entered Gowrie House early and scantily attended, he might have been conveyed across Fife, disguised in the train of Gowrie as he went to Dirleton. Thence he might be conveyed by sea to Fastcastle, the impregnable eyrie of Gowrie's and Bothwell's old ally, the reckless intriguer Logan of Restalrig. The famous letters which Scott, Tytler, and Hill Burton regarded as proof of that plot, I have shown, by comparison of handwritings, to be all forged. But one of them, claimed by the forger as his model for the rest, is, I think, a feigned copy of a genuine original. In that letter of Logan to Gowrie, he is made to speak of their scheme as analogous to one contrived against a nobleman of Padua, where Gowrie had studied. This remark, in a postscript, can hardly have been invented by the forger, Sprott, a Low Country attorney, a creature of Logan's. All the other letters are mere variations on the tune set by this piece. A plot of this kind is at least not impossible, quite like the incredible conspiracy attributed to James. The scheme was only one of scores of the same sort, constantly devised at the time. The thing next to impossible is that Henderson was left, as he declared, in the turret by Ruthven, without being tutored in his role. The king's party did not believe that Henderson here told truth. He had accepted the role, they said, but turned coward. This is the more likely, as, in December 1600, a gentleman named Robert Oliphant, as retainer of Gowrie, fled from Edinburgh, where certain revelations blabbed by him had come into publicity. He had said that, in Paris, early in 1600, Gowrie moved him to take the part of the armed man in the turret, that he had with good reason dissuaded him, that the Earl thereon left him and dealt with Henderson in that matter, that Henderson undertook it and yet fainted, that is, turned craven. Though 9 years later in England the Privy Council acquitted Oliphant of concealing treason, had he not escaped from Edinburgh in December 1600, the whole case might have been made clear, for witnesses were then at hand. We conclude that as there certainly was a Ruthven plot, as the king could not possibly have invented and carried out the affair, and that as Gowrie, the leader of the Kirk party, was young, romantic, and Italianate, he did plan a device of the regular and usual kind, but was frustrated and fell into the pit which he had digged. But the Presbyterians would never believe that the young leader of the Kirk party attempted what the leaders of the godly had often done, and far more frequently had conspired to do, with the full approval of Cecil and Elizabeth. The plot was an orthodox plot, but to this day historians of Presbyterian and liberal tendencies prefer to believe that the king was the conspirator. The dead Ruthvens were long lamented, and even in the 19th century the mothers in Perthshire sang to their babes, sleep ye, my bonny Earl of Gowrie." A lady has even written to inform me that she is the descendant of the younger Ruthven, who escaped after being stabbed by Ramsay and Erskine, fled to England, married, and had a family. I in vain replied that young Ruthven's body was embalmed, exhibited in the Scottish Parliament, and hacked to pieces, which were set on spikes in public places, and that after these sufferings he was unlikely to marry. The lady was not to be shaken in her belief. In the Athenaeum for August 28, 1902, Mr. Edmund Gosse recognizes Ramsay the Ruthven slayer as author of a Century of English Sonnets, 1619, of which Lord Cobham possesses a copy apparently unique. The book was published at Paris by René Giffard. The Scottish name Gifford was at the time spelled Giffard, so the publisher was of Scottish descent. End of chapter 7.